I know you're ready to let go and drift into a peaceful sleep, relaxing with the help of this video. But before you do, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really motivates me to create more videos like this. And I'd love to know, what time are you listening to this? And where are you from? Is there a story or character you'd like me to tell next? Leave a comment and share your peaceful space with me. Story: The Well of the World's End. The village of Dunmare clung to the edge of a wild Scottish forest, its cluster of thatched cottages huddled against the dawn's pale light, like sheep wary of wolves. Frost sparkled on the fields, and the air carried the sharp bite of early autumn mingling with the scent of wood smoke and damp earth. In a sagging cottage at the village's fringe, 16-year-old Elspeth knelt by the hearth, her hands raw from scrubbing soot from the stones. Her auburn hair tied back with a frayed ribbon caught the firelight, and her green eyes bright, despite her weariness, flickered with a quiet defiance. The cottage was small, its walls stained with years of neglect, and the cold seeped through the cracks as relentless as the woman who ruled it. Morag, Elspeth's stepmother, stood in the doorway, her gaunt frame silhouetted against the gray morning. Her face was a map of sharp angles, her eyes like chips of flint gleaming with a malice that had grown sharper since Elspeth's father died 2 winters past. Morag clutched a chipped clay jug, its surface worn smooth by years of use, and her lips curled into a sneer as she watched Elspeth work. The girl's beauty, her clear skin, her graceful movements was a thorn in Morag's side, a reminder of the husband she'd lost and the daughter she could never claim. Jealousy had festered into hatred, and today it would find its outlet. "Up, girl." Morag snapped her voice, cutting through the crackle of the fire. "You're too idle for my liking. If you're to eat my bread, you'll earn it." Elspeth paused, wiping sweat from her brow with a sooty hand. She met Morag's gaze, her heart sinking but her spine straight. "I've scrubbed the hearth, mended the linens, and fetched water before dawn," she said, her voice steady despite the ache in her bones. "What more do you ask?" Morag's sneer widened a predator sensing weakness. She thrust the jug forward, its weight making her arm tremble. "This," she said, "needs filling. Not with stream water, mind you. You'll bring me water from the well of the world's end by sundown, or you'll find no home here." Elspeth's breath caught the words, landing like a blow. The well of the world's end was a legend, a tale whispered by grandmothers to wide-eyed children. It lay somewhere beyond the forest, guarded by perils no mortal could name, beasts, spirits' paths that twisted into eternity. No one in Dunmere, not even the oldest souls, claimed to have seen it. The task was impossible, and Morag knew it. Elspeth's hands clenched the rag in her grip, twisting. "That's a fairy tale," she said, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and anger. "No one knows where it lies. You're setting me to fail." Morag's eyes glinted, her triumph barely concealed. "Then you'd best start walking, hadn't you? Prove you're more than a burden, or you're no daughter of mine." She turned her skirts, sweeping the floor, and slammed the door behind her, leaving Elspeth alone with the dying fire and the weight of her words. Elspeth sat back on her heels, the jug in her lap, its cold clay a stark contrast to the warmth of the hearth. Her mind raced, torn between despair and defiance. Morag wanted her gone, dead, perhaps lost to the forest's hunger. The village offered no help. The folk pitied her, but feared Morag's sharp tongue and sharper grudges. Elspeth's father, with his kind eyes and gentle hands, was a fading memory, his love buried beneath the earth. She was alone, but not helpless. She rose, her jaw set, and wrapped her worn cloak around her shoulders. If Morag wanted the impossible, Elspeth would face it, not for her stepmother's approval, but for herself to prove she was more than a cinder-stained girl. She stepped outside the jug tucked under her arm, and the village woke around her. Smoke curled from chimneys, and the clatter of carts mingled with the lowing of cattle. Neighbors glanced her way, their faces etched with sympathy, but no offers of aid. Old Maggie, weaving straw by her door, caught Elspeth's eye and shook her head. "Don't go, lass," she muttered. "The forest takes more than it gives." Elspeth forced a smile, her resolve hardening. "I have no choice," she said, and turned toward the forest, its dark expanse swallowing the horizon. The trees loomed like sentinels, their branches gnarled and heavy with moss, casting shadows that seemed to shift with purpose. The path was little more than a deer trail, winding through bracken and roots that clutched at her boots. The air grew colder, the sounds of the village fading until only the rustle of leaves and her own heartbeat remained. Elspeth's cloak snagged on thorns, her breath misting in the chill, but she pressed on the jug, a constant weight. Hours passed, the sun climbing but barely piercing the canopy. Doubt crept in. Had she chosen the wrong path? Was the well even real? Exhaustion weighed her down, her legs aching, her hands numb from the jug's handle. She stumbled into a clearing where a stream babbled over smooth stones, its surface glinting like silver. A moss 19s, she sank to her knees, the jug slipping from her grasp. Tears stung her eyes, not from pain, but from the crushing weight of her task. "It's hopeless," she whispered, her voice breaking. "I'll never find it." A ripple broke the stream's surface, and Elspeth froze. Perched on a mossy stone was a frog, unnaturally large, its skin a deep glistening green, its eyes like polished amber, watching her with an intelligence that sent a shiver down her spine. It tilted its head, and to her shock, it spoke, its voice low and resonant like the hum of the forest itself. "Why do you weep, lass? The forest is no place for tears." Elspeth's heart leapt, her fear warring with wonder. You speak," she stammered, clutching the jug tighter. "I seek the well of the world's end, but it's impossible. I'm lost." The frog's eyes gleamed unblinking. "Nothing's impossible with the right guide, lass. I know the way to the well, but my help comes with a price." She swallowed, her mouth dry. "What price?" The frog hopped closer, its movements deliberate, its gaze never leaving hers. "Swear to grant me one favor, whatever I ask when the task is done. Do this, and I'll lead you to the well." Elspeth's breath hitched. The frog's tone was not unkind, but there was a cunning beneath it, a hint of something vast and ancient. An oath was no small thing, her father had taught her, that his voice gentle but firm words bind Elspeth. Speak them with care. Yet the sun was sinking, its light fading through the trees. Sundown loomed, and with it Morag's threat. She had no allies, no map, no hope but this strange creature. The jug pressed against her side, a reminder of her purpose. She could turn back, beg Morag's mercy, but the thought of her stepmother's triumphant sneer fueled her resolve. "What favor?" she asked, her voice steadier. Now, I'll not swear blindly. The frog's mouth curved almost a smile. A fair question, lass. The favor will be within your power, and I'll ask it when the time comes. That's all I'll say. Choose quickly. Time is no friend of yours. Elspeth's heart raced her mind a storm of doubt and determination. The forest was silent, as if holding its breath, waiting for her answer. She thought of her father's laughter, her mother's songs both gone now. She thought of Morag's cruelty, the village's pity. She was more than this, more than a girl bound to a hearth. The well was her chance to prove it, even if it meant a dangerous bargain. I swear she said her voice clear, though her hands trembled. Guide me to the well of the world's end, and I'll grant your favor, whatever it may be. The frog's eyes flashed a spark of triumph or satisfaction. Well spoken, lass. Follow me and keep your wits about you. The path is no gentle road. It hopped from the stone landing with a soft splash and began moving down the stream's bank, its movements swift and sure. Elspeth rose the jug heavy, but her steps lighter, fueled by a flicker of hope. The forest closed around her, its shadows deeper now, but the frog's green form was a beacon leading her into the unknown. Behind her, the stream's ripple faded, and ahead, the well of the world's end waited its secrets. Guarded by perils she could scarcely imagine, the forest closed around Elspeth like a living thing, its canopy a tangle of gnarled branches that choked out the sun. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decay, and every rustle of leaves felt like a whisper of warning. She followed the frog, its green form a fleeting gleam against the undergrowth, hopping with a purpose that both reassured and unnerved her. The clay jug pressed against her side, its weight a constant reminder of Morag's impossible demand and the oath she'd sworn to this strange creature. Her boots sank into the mossy earth, each step heavier than the last. But Elspeth's heart burned with a stubborn fire. She would find the well of the world's end not for her stepmother's approval, but to prove she was more than the cinder-stained girl Morag saw. The frog's voice cut through the forest's murmur, sharp and commanding. Keep pace, lass. The well's not for the faint-hearted. It paused on a lichen-crusted root, its amber eyes glinting with an intelligence that made her skin prickle. The path ahead is no gentle road. Mind your step and trust my lead. Elspeth nodded, her throat dry. What dangers lie here? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper, as if the trees themselves might overhear. The frog's mouth twitched almost a smirk. The forest guards the well with trials older than your village's stones. Courage will carry you, but only if you're clever. Now, move. She obeyed, her eyes darting to the shadows that seemed to shift just beyond her sight. The path grew narrower, the trees pressing closer, their branches curling like skeletal fingers. The air hummed with a faint, unnatural energy, as if the forest were alive, watching, judging. Elspeth clutched the jug tighter, its chipped surface grounding her against the creeping dread. The frog led her through bracken and thorns, its hops precise, avoiding roots that seemed to writhe underfoot. She wondered not for the first time what the frog truly was. A spirit, a cursed soul. Its cunning tone and gleaming eyes hinted at secrets she wasn't ready to face. The first trial came without warning. The path ended at a wall of vines thick and tangled, their barbs glinting like tiny blades. They pulsed faintly as if alive, and from within came whispers. Soft, seductive voices that wove through her mind. Turn back, child, they murmured their words. sweet as honey. The well is death. Your home is safe. Rest here with us. The voices tugged at her promising warmth. Safety, an end to her struggle. Her steps faltered, her eyelids heavy, the jug slipping in her grip. The frog's croak snapped her awake, harsh and urgent. Plug your ears, lass. The whispering thorns feed on doubt. Move, or they'll claim you. Elspeth shook her head, the voices fading but not gone. She tore strips from her cloak, stuffing them into her ears, and forced herself forward. The vines lashed out their barbs, slicing her hands, drawing beads of blood that glistened like rubies. Pain seared through her, but she gritted her teeth, pushing through the frog hopping just ahead. That's it. It called its voice, muffled but clear. You're stronger than their lies. The vines parted at last reluctantly, and Elspeth stumbled into a clearing, gasping, her hands stinging, but her resolve intact. The whispers faded, and she pulled the cloth from her ears, her heart pounding with triumph. The frog perched on a stone, its eyes unblinking. Well done, lass, but that was only the first. The forest tests the heart, not just the body. Ready yourself. Elspeth wiped blood from her hands, her breath steadying. What's next? She asked, her voice firmer now, tempered by the trial. The frog didn't answer, only hopped onward, leading her deeper. The forest grew darker, the air colder, the trees twisting into shapes that seemed to leer. The path sloped downward, the ground slick with mud, and soon they reached a pool, its surface still as glass reflecting the canopy above. The water was unnaturally clear, revealing depths that seemed to stretch beyond reason. The frog stopped at its edge, its gaze fixed on the pool. The mirror pool, it set its tone. Grave, look and it shows your fears. Wade through, but don't linger, or it'll drown you in them. Elspeth hesitated, peering into the water. Her reflection stared back, but it shifted, warping into a vision of Morag's triumphant sneer. Her voice echoing, "You failed, girl. You're nothing." The image changed Dunmere's villagers, turning away, their pity turning to scorn. Her father's grave overgrown and forgotten, herself lost forever in the forest's embrace. Her chest tightened, her breath shallow, the jug nearly slipping from her hands. The water rippled, beckoning its surface, promising release from her fears if she'd only step in. The frog's voice was a lash. "Is this your limit, lass? Will you let a puddle break you?" Its taunt stung, cutting through the vision's grip. Elspeth clenched her jaw, her father's words surfacing. "You're stronger than you know, my girl." She tore her gaze from the pool, focusing on the frog's gleaming eyes, and stepped into the water. It was cold, biting through her boots, and the visions intensified. The pool deepened, the water rising to her knees, then her waist, each step a battle against the weight of her fears. Morag's laughter rang in her ears, the village's rejection a knife in her heart. She saw herself drowning, the jug sinking into the depths, her quest ending in failure. Her legs trembled, but she gripped the jug tighter, its solidity her anchor. "I am enough." She whispered the words, a shield. She pushed forward, the water resisting, but with each step the visions weakened, the pool's grip loosening. At last she stumbled onto the far bank, soaked and shivering, but alive, the jug still in her hands. The frog waited, its expression unreadable. "You've a stout heart, lass." Not many crossed the mirror pool. Elspeth wrung out her cloak, her body aching but her spirit buoyed. How many more trials, she asked, her voice steady despite the chill. One, the frog said, its tone softer now, almost respectful. The guardian of the well. It demands a truth, and lies will cost you dearly. Speak from your heart, and you'll see the well. The path opened into a clearing, the air crackling with magic, as if the forest held its breath. The trees parted, revealing a stone archway carved with runes that glowed faintly, pulsing like a heartbeat. Beyond it, mist swirled, hiding what lay ahead. The frog hopped to the arch's threshold and stopped, its eyes fixed on Elspeth. "This is it, lass. The guardian waits. Answer true, or we're both lost." Before Elspeth could respond, the mist parted, and a figure emerged, a spectral form cloaked in starlight. Its face hidden, its presence vast and ancient. Its voice was a chilling echo resonating in her bones. "What drives you, mortal, to seek the well of the world's end?" Elspeth's heart raced, the weight of the question pressing against her. The frog's warning rang in her mind. Lies will cost you dearly. She thought of Morag's cruelty, the village's pity, her father's love. She thought of herself, the girl who'd faced thorns and fears and still stood. "To prove I'm more than my stepmother's scorn," she said, her voice trembling but clear. "To find my own strength, not for her, but for me." The guardian's form shimmered, its silence heavy. Then it nodded, a single deliberate motion, and the mist parted, fully revealing the archway's path. "You speak truth." It said, its voice softer now, almost approving. "Pass and face the well." Elspeth exhaled, relief flooding her, but the frog's gaze chilled her. It hopped through the arch, its voice low and edged with something new. Anticipation, perhaps, or warning. "You've done well, lass," it said, "but remember your oath. My favor will come due and soon." She followed the jug, heavier now, as if filled with the weight of her promise. The path beyond the arch was narrow, the air thick with the scent of stone and water. Ahead, a faint light pulsed like a star fallen to earth. The well of the world's end was close, its promise within reach. But the frog's words echoed a shadow over her triumph. What favor would it demand, and what would it cost? The forest watched, silent and vast, as Elspeth stepped toward her destiny, her heart a battleground of hope and fear. The air beyond the rune-carved archway was heavy, charged with a stillness that pressed against Elspeth's skin like a held breath. The forest had fallen silent, its whispers and rustles replaced by a low, resonant hum that seemed to rise from the earth itself. She clutched the clay jug, its chipped surface slick with her sweat, and followed the frog's gleaming form through the mist. Her heart pounded, a mix of triumph and trepidation, for the well of the world's end lay ahead, its promise within reach. Yet the frog's warning, "My favor will come due," and soon hung over her like a storm cloud, its weight as tangible as the jug in her arms. The trials of the whispering thorns and the mirror pool had tested her courage, but this moment felt different, as if the forest itself were watching, waiting for her to falter. The mist parted, revealing a desolate clearing bathed in an otherworldly light. At its center stood the well, a deep stone-lined pit, no wider than a millstone, its rim worn smooth by centuries of unseen hands. The stones were etched with runes that pulsed faintly, their glow, a soft blue like starlight trapped in ice. The water within shimmered, not with the reflection of the sky, but with visions, fleeting images of faces. places moments lost to time. It was no mere water, but a liquid woven of fate, its surface alive with a power that made Elspeth's breath catch. Above the stars burned unnaturally bright, as if drawn to the well's presence, and the air was thick with the scent of ancient stone and something sweeter, like wildflowers blooming out of season. The frog hopped to the well's edge, its amber eyes fixed on the water, unblinking and intense. "Here it is, lass," it said, its voice low, almost reverent. "The well of the world's end. Draw its water, but mind yourself, touch it, and you'll lose more than your wits. Steady hands now." Elspeth knelt, her knees sinking into the mossy earth, the jug trembling in her grasp. The well's hum grew louder, vibrating in her chest, and the visions in the water sharpened. She saw her father's smile, warm and fleeting, Morag's sneer sharp as a blade, the village of Dunmere, its lights fading as she wandered, forever lost. Her hands shook the jug's rim, hovering over the water, and doubt crept in. Was she worthy of this? Could she carry the well's essence back to Morag, or would it consume her, as the frog warned? The well spoke its voice, a chorus of whispers that seemed to come from within her own mind. "Why seek my waters, mortal?" The question was not accusatory, but probing, as if peeling back her soul to weigh its truth. Elspeth's throat tightened, the frog's earlier warning echoing, "Speak from your heart, or you're lost." She thought of the guardian's trial, how her honesty had parted the mist. The well demanded the same, perhaps more. She lowered the jug slightly, her eyes fixed on the shimmering surface, and spoke, her voice soft but steady. "To fulfill a task set by my stepmother, to prove I can. But more than that, to show myself I'm not the nothing she sees. To find my own strength." The well's light flared, a pulse of blue that bathed the clearing in radiance. The visions shifted now, showing Elspeth standing tall, the jug glowing in her hands, her face alight with purpose. But another image flickered, herself, bound by chains of shadow. The frog's eyes looming large, its favor, a weight she couldn't bear. She gasped, the jug slipping, its rim grazing the water's surface. A jolt shot through her like lightning in her veins, and the visions surged, Morag's triumph, the village's scorn, her own heart breaking under the frog's unknown demand. The frog's croak was a whip crack. "Focus, lass, or we're both doomed." Its voice was sharp, not with anger, but with urgency, as if it too felt the well's pull. Elspeth jerked the jug back, her hands steadying, and forced her gaze away from the water. Her breath came in ragged gasps, but she clung to her purpose, to the truth she'd spoken. "I am enough," she whispered the words, a mantra against the well's power. She lowered the jug again, more carefully now, its rim dipping just below the surface. The water flowed in, glowing faintly, its weight heavier than any liquid should be. It was not cold, but warm, alive, as if carrying the heartbeat of the world itself. The visions faded, the hum softened, and the well's voice spoke once more, its tone almost gentle. "You are worthy, child, but your oath binds you. Choose wisely in the days to come." Elspeth stood, the jug full, its glow casting soft shadows across her face. Triumph surged through her, mingled with exhaustion and a creeping unease. She had done the impossible, faced the forest's trials, spoken truth to the guardian, drawn water from the well of the world's end. Yet the frog's presence loomed, its eyes unblinking, its silence heavier than ever. She turned to it, her voice firm despite the tremor in her chest. It's done. What now? The frog's mouth curved a hint of something satisfaction perhaps, or anticipation. Now, lass, we return. You've kept your word to the well, but mine still waits. Take me to your home and let me sleep by your hearth tonight. Elspeth's heart stuttered. The request seemed simple, yet the frog's tone carried a weight that chilled her. By my hearth, she asked, her voice cautious. Why, the frog's eyes gleamed unreadable. That's my favor for now. You swore to grant it, did you not? Or do you break oaths so easily? Her stomach twisted, the well's warning echoing. Choose wisely. The frog had guided her, saved her from the thorns and the pool. But its cunning, its shifting nature set her nerves on edge. She thought of her father's lessons. His voice gentle but firm. Words bind, Elspeth. Speak them with care. She had no choice but to honor her promise. At least for now, I keep my word. She said, her voice steady. You'll have your place by the hearth. The frog nodded a single deliberate motion and hopped back toward the archway, its form almost swallowed by the mist. Good, it said, its voice low. Lead on, lass. The forest will let water fall. 1,000 feet, 300 meter in height. The waterfall drops from the edge of a cliff in Yosemite National Park, California. The path back is kinder, but time presses. Sundown waits for no one. Elspeth followed the jug, cradled in her arms, its glow a faint beacon in the darkening forest. The mist closed behind her, the archway vanishing as if the well had never been. The forest stirred, its shadows lengthening, and the frog's words echoed in her mind. My favor will come due. What did it truly want, and what would it cost? The jug's weight was a promise fulfilled, but the oath was a chain, its links tightening with each step. As she walked, the stars dimmed, and the forest's hum returned softer now, like a lullaby or a warning. Elspeth's heart was a battleground of triumph and fear. Her path back to Dunmere, lit by the well's light, but shadowed by the frog's unspoken demand. The forest parted for Elspeth as if reluctant to let her go, its shadows thinning as the trees gave way to the open fields of Dunmere. The sky was a bruised purple, the last rays of the setting sun painting the horizon in streaks of gold and crimson. Her boots were heavy with mud, her cloak tattered from thorns, and the clay jug in her arms glowed faintly, its water a liquid starlight that pulsed with a life of its own. Exhaustion dragged at her limbs, but triumph burned in her chest. She had faced the well of the world's end and returned defying Morag's cruel expectations. Yet the frog, hopping silently at her side, was a constant reminder of the oath that bound her. Its amber eyes gleamed with an unspoken purpose, and its demand to sleep by her hearth felt like the first link in a chain she could not yet see. The village came into view, its cottages aglow with firelight, the air thick with the scent of peat smoke and baking bread. Elspeth's heart lifted at the sight, but it sank just as quickly. Dunmere offered no sanctuary, only Morag's malice and the villagers' pity. The frog's presence drew stares as she passed. Old Maggie, still weaving straw by her door, crossed herself, muttering about ill omens. Children peered from windows, their whispers trailing Elspeth like ghosts. She straightened, clutching the jug tighter, and marched toward the cottage, her resolve a shield against their gazes. The door creaked open, revealing the dim interior where the hearth's embers cast flickering shadows on the walls. Morag stood by the table, her gaunt frame rigid, her eyes narrowing as Elspeth entered. The sight of the glowing jug stopped her cold. her sneer faltering into a mask of disbelief. "Impossible!" She hissed, her voice a mix of rage and fear. "You couldn't have, I did," Elspeth said, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. She set the jug on the table, its light bathing the room in an eerie glow. "Water from the well of the world's end, as you demanded. I've earned my place here." Morag's fingers twitched as if itching to strike, but the jug's radiance held her back. She circled it, her eyes glinting with greed and suspicion. Cheated, she muttered. "You've tricked me somehow, girl. No one returns from that place." Her gaze snapped to the doorway where the frog perched, its large form unnervingly still. "And what's this?" "Some foul creature you've brought to curse my house." The frog's voice was calm, almost amused, cutting through Morag's tirade. "The girl kept her word to you, woman, and now she'll keep it to me. I claim a place by your hearth tonight, as is my right." Morag's face twisted, her fear giving way to fury. "A talking beast. Out I'll have no devil's spawn under my roof." She grabbed a broom, raising it to strike, but Elspeth stepped forward, her heart racing but her voice firm. "Stop," she said. Meeting Morag's glare, "I swore an oath to this creature for its help. It stays as I promised." Morag's broom froze mid-air, her eyes darting between Elspeth and the frog. The room was silent, save for the crackle of the fire, and the tension was a taut wire. Finally, Morag lowered the broom, her lips curling into a sneer. "Fine," she spat. "Let it stay. But mark my words, girl, you'll regret this bargain." She stormed to her chair by the hearth, her movements sharp, her gaze never leaving the jug. Elspeth exhaled, her body trembling with the weight of the confrontation. She knelt by the hearth, arranging a small pile of straw for the frog, her hands unsteady. The creature hopped onto it, settling with a deliberate grace, its eyes fixed on her. "Well done, lass," it said, its voice low, almost intimate. "You've a spine of iron sleep now. Tomorrow I'll claim my full favor." Her stomach twisted, the well's warning echoing in her mind. "Your oath binds you. Choose wisely." She wanted to demand answers. What favor? What cost? But exhaustion dulled her thoughts, and the frog's gaze was unyielding, a wall she couldn't breach. She nodded, rising to prepare a pallet by the fire. Morag watched her silence, more menacing than her words, and the jug's glow seemed to pulse in time with Elspeth's heartbeat. That night sleep came fitfully. The cottage was quiet, save for the fire's soft crackle and the frog's rhythmic breathing, an oddly human sound that set her nerves on edge. Dreams haunted her, visions of the well, its water turning to blood, the frog, its form swelling into something vast and shadowed. Morag laughing as Elspeth sank into darkness. Through it all, the well's voice whispered clear and urgent. "The frog is more than it seems. Break the oath and lose your soul. Keep it and risk all." She woke with a start, the pre-dawn light filtering through the cottage's cracks. The frog was still by the hearth, its eyes open, watching her with an intensity that made her skin crawl. Morag was gone, her chair empty, but the jug remained on the table, its glow dimmer now, as if its power were fading. Elspeth's heart sank. Had Morag tampered with it? She rose, her body aching, and checked the jug. The water was intact, still shimmering, but its weight felt heavier, as if laden with secrets. The frog spoke its voice, cutting through her thoughts. "Time's short, lass. My favor awaits, and you'll grant it before the day's done. Prepare yourself. Elspeth turned, her fear giving way to frustration. What is this favor? She demanded, her voice sharper than she intended. I've kept my word. Followed you, faced the well. Tell me what you want. The frog's eyes gleamed, a flicker of something, amusement, perhaps, or pity. Patience, lass. You'll know soon enough. For now, tend to your stepmother. She's not done with you, nor with that water. As if summoned, the door slammed open, and Morag stormed in, her face flushed, her eyes wild. She carried a basket of herbs, their scent sharp and bitter, and her gaze locked on the jug. You thought to outwit me, girl? She snarled. That water's power is mine, not yours. I'll have it, and you'll be nothing again. Elspeth stepped in front of the jug, her heart pounding. You set the task, and I fulfilled it. The water's yours, but you'll not harm me for it. Morag laughed, a sound like breaking glass. Harm you? Oh, I'll do more than that. She lunged for the jug, but the frog's croak stopped her, loud and commanding. Touch that water, woman, and you'll regret it. It said, its voice laced with a menace that made Morag freeze. The well's power isn't for the likes of you. Morag's face paled, but her greed outweighed her fear. She backed away, her eyes darting to the herbs in her basket, and Elspeth realized with a chill that Morag was planning something magic, perhaps, or poison. The frog's gaze met hers, a silent warning, and she knew the day would bring more than the frog's favor. Morag's ambition, the jug's power, and her own oath were a storm gathering, and she was at its heart. The cottage felt smaller, the walls closing in as the morning light grew stronger. Elspeth's hands trembled, but her resolve held. She had faced the forest, the well, the trials, whatever came next. Morag's schemes or the frog's demand, she would face it with the same courage. But as she glanced at the frog, its eyes unblinking, a single question burned in her mind. What was the true cost of her oath, and could she pay it without losing herself? The cottage was a cage, its air thick with the scent of peat smoke and Morag's bitter herbs. Midnight's shadow cloaked Dunmere, the village silent, save for the distant howl of a wind that seemed to carry the forest's whispers. Elspeth stood by the hearth, her heart a drumbeat against her ribs, the clay jug on the table glowing faintly, its light pulsing like a dying star. The frog, still perched on its bed of straw, watched her with unblinking amber eyes. Its presence a weight that pressed against her soul. Morag sat in her chair, her gaunt frame tense, her fingers clutching the basket of herbs as if they were a weapon. The tension in the room was a taut thread ready to snap, and Elspeth knew the frog's favor. Her sworn oath would soon reveal its true cost. The day had been a battle of wills. Morag's attempts to seize the jug's water had been thwarted by the frog's warnings, each word laced with a menace that made her stepmother falter. Yet Morag's greed had only grown, her eyes glinting with a hunger that rivaled the frog's own. Elspeth had guarded the jug, her body aching from the forest's trials, her mind haunted by the well's voice. The frog is more than it seems. Break the oath and lose your soul. Keep it and risk all now, as the fire's embers cast flickering shadows. The moment of reckoning had come. The frog stirred its voice, breaking the silence low and resonant like the toll of a bell. The time is here, lass. My favor is due, and you'll grant it now. Elspeth's breath hitched, her hands clenching at her sides. Name it, she said, her voice steady. despite the fear coiling in her gut. I've kept my word through thorns, pools, and the well itself. Tell me what you want. The frog hopped from the straw landing on the table beside the jug, its form seeming larger, more imposing in the firelight. Its eyes glowed not with malice, but with a strange, ancient sorrow. You've proven your heart, Elspeth of Dunmere, it said. Now hear my truth. Its body shimmered the air around it, rippling like water, and before Elspeth's eyes, the frog transformed. Its green skin melted away, its limbs lengthening until a man stood in its place. A prince tall and broad-shouldered, with hair like midnight and eyes that held the same amber gleam. His clothes were tattered but regal, a velvet doublet faded by time, and his presence filled the room with a quiet, commanding power. Morag gasped her chair, scraping back the basket of herbs spilling to the floor. Witchcraft, she shrieked, but the prince's gaze silenced her. A flicker of warning in his eyes. I am Alaric, he said, his voice rich, carrying the weight of centuries. Cursed by a sorceress to guard the well of the world's end as a frog bound, until a mortal kept an oath to me. You, Elspeth, have done so, but the curse demands one final act to break it fully. Elspeth's heart pounded, her mind reeling. A prince, not a beast yet, the weight of his words was no lighter. What act, she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Alaric's gaze softened, but his words were a blade. Marry me and seal my freedom. Refuse, and I return to the well bound forever. The room spun, Elspeth's breath catching in her throat. Marriage to a stranger, a prince, a creature she barely understood. Her life, her freedom traded for his. She thought of her father's laughter, her mother's songs, the dreams she'd held of a life beyond Morag's cruelty. The well's warning echoed, choose wisely. She glanced at the jug, its glow dimming as if mirroring her fading hope. You ask for my life, she said, her voice trembling but firm. Why me? Why this price? Alaric stepped closer, his presence warm but not threatening. Because your heart is true, he said. The curse requires a bond of honesty, not force. I've seen your courage, your strength, I ask, but I will not compel. Morag's laugh was a jagged edge shattering the moment. A prince is it? She sneered, rising, her eyes wild with greed. Then the water's mine, and so is your power. She lunged for the jug, her fingers grazing its surface. The glow flared a blinding blue, and Morag screamed, stumbling back. Her hands blistered as if burned. The jug's water hissed, steam rising, and the room shook, the fire flaring wildly. The well's voice spoke not in Elspeth's mind, but allowed a chorus that filled the cottage. Greed defiles my essence. The water is not yours. Morag of Dunmere. The jug cracked, a spiderweb of fractures spreading, and the water surged, not spilling but rising, forming a shimmering figure. A woman of light, her eyes like the well's depths. Elspeth, your choice remains. The oath binds you, but your heart is free. Morag fell to her knees, sobbing, her hands clutching her burned skin. The villagers, drawn by the commotion, gathered outside, their faces pale in the jug's light. Elspeth's gaze darted between Alaric the well's figure and Morag's crumpled form. The weight of her oath was crushing, but the well's words sparked a clarity she hadn't felt before. She was not Morag, driven by greed. She was not a pawn bound by others' demands. She was Elspeth, and her heart was her own. She faced Alaric, her voice steady, though tears stung her eyes. You helped me, and I kept my oath to reach the well. But I won't marry you, not for a curse, not for a crown. I offer friendship, loyalty, a bond of truth, but my life is mine to choose. Alaric's eyes widened a flicker of surprise, giving way to respect. The well's figure shimmered, its voice soft. A true heart speaks. The curse is broken not by chains, but by choice. The jug shattered its fragments, dissolving, and the water dispersed, a cascade of light that bathed the cottage. Alaric's form glowed, his tattered clothes mending his presence, fully human, no longer bound. The well's figure faded, its final words. A whisper. Live well, Elspeth. Morag's scream pierced the silence, her shame exposed as the villagers pushed through the door. Old Maggie stepped forward, her voice firm. We've seen enough, Morag. Your cruelty ends here. The villagers nodded their pity for Elspeth, turning to resolve. Morag fled into the night, her basket abandoned, her power broken. Alaric knelt before Elspeth, his smile warm. You've given me more than freedom, lass. You've reminded me what honor means. I'll return to my kingdom, but you'll always have a friend in me. Elspeth nodded, her heart light despite her exhaustion. And you and me, she said, her voice soft but sure. Dunmere changed in the days that followed. Elspeth, no longer a cinder-stained girl, was respected. Her courage, a legend whispered by the hearth. The cottage became hers, its walls warmed by her own fire, her own choices. Alaric sent gifts, grain cloth, a letter sealed with a prince's crest, promising alliance, but never obligation. The forest remained, its shadows deep, and some said the well of the world's end still shone for those who sought it. With true hearts, Elspeth lived as she chose, her days filled with work and laughter, her nights free of fear. On quiet evenings, she'd sit by the stream where she'd met the frog. Its waters clear and ordinary now, but sometimes under the stars she felt a hum faint and familiar, and smiled, knowing the well's light lived in her. A spark no darkness could extinguish. Story. The Lambton Worm. The River Wear carved its restless path through the green heart of County Durham, its waters dark and swift under a sky heavy with grey. It was a Sunday morning in the spring of 1390, and the village of Lambton stirred with the quiet rhythm of a Sabbath church bells, tolling villagers in their finest threading toward the stone chapel, their murmurs soft with reverence. But on the river's bank, far from the village's piety, John Lambton sprawled in the grass, a fishing rod propped lazily against a rock. At 18, he was the heir to Lambton Hall, a lanky youth with tousled brown hair, a roguish grin, and eyes that sparkled with defiance. His fine tunic was mud-stained, his boots scuffed, and he chewed a blade of grass as if the world's cares were no heavier than the breeze. John had no patience for sermons or the dour warnings of priests. Sundays were for fishing, not praying, and the River Wear was his playground. The rod's line dangled in the current, its hook glinting like a promise of adventure. He'd caught trout here before their silver scales, a prize to flaunt at the hall. But today, his heart craved something grander, a tale to rival the chansons of knights and dragons. The village could keep its rules. John Lambton answered to no one but himself. A shadow fell across the grass, and John glanced up, his grin fading. An old woman stood before him, hunched and cloaked in a ragged shawl. Her face a map of wrinkles framed by wisps of gray hair. Her eyes were sharp like flints struck to spark, and they fixed on him with a weight that made his skin prickle. She leaned on a gnarled staff, her voice a rasp that cut through the river's murmur. Mind the river, lad, its depths. Hold things not meant for mortal hands. Fishing on the Sabbath invites woe. John laughed the sound bold but brittle. Tales for children, old hag, he said, tossing a pebble into the water. The Ware's just a river, and I fish where I please. Go scare the village brats. The woman's gaze narrowed her lips, thinning to a line. Mock if you will, John Lambton, but the river remembers what you take, you'll pay for. She turned her staff, tapping the earth, and hobbled toward the village, her warning lingering like a chill in the air. John shook his head, dismissing her words as peasant superstition. Old women always had their omens. Crows at dawn, broken mirrors. Fish on Sundays, he'd heard them all and cared for none. The rod twitched a faint tug that quickened his pulse. He sat up, grasping the pole, and began to reel the line taut with promise. The water churned, and something broke the surface. Not the sleek flash of a trout, but a wriggling, sinuous shape, no longer than his forearm. Its skin a sickly gray-green, glistening like wet stone. He pulled it ashore, the creature thrashing in the grass, and leaned closer. His curiosity piqued. It was no fish, but an eel-like thing. Its body segmented, its head blunt and eyeless, save for two glowing embers that burned with a malevolent light. Its mouth gaped, revealing needle-sharp teeth that snapped at the air. John recoiled, his stomach twisting with disgust. "What devil's spawn is this?" he muttered, prodding it with his rod. The creature hissed a sound that sent a shiver down his spine and coiled tighter, its eyes fixed on him. For a moment he considered killing it, crushing its head with a rock or tossing it into the fire he'd built to warm his hands. But the old woman's warning echoed unbidden, and a flicker of unease stirred. He scoffed, shaking it off. "No sense wasting effort on you," he said, grabbing the creature by its slimy tail. It writhed, but he held firm, striding to a nearby well, a crumbling stone circle half hidden by weeds, its depths black and still. "Back to the dark with you," he said, and flung the creature in its hiss, fading as it sank. The water rippled, then stilled, and John wiped his hands on his tunic, his grin returning. A strange catch, but no matter. The river held plenty more. He gathered his rod and sauntered back to Lambton Hall, the manor's towers looming against the gray sky. His father, Lord Lambton, would chide him for skipping church, but John had charm enough to dodge a lecture. The village's whispers followed him, reckless, heedless trouble in the making, but he paid them no mind. Life was for living, not fearing old wives' tales. Days turned to weeks, and John's thoughts drifted from the river. Rumors of war reached Durham, tales of crusades in distant lands promising glory and redemption. At 19, restless and hungry for adventure, John declared his intent to join the holy fight. His father protested, his mother wept, but John's will was iron. He left Lambton Hall with a horse, a sword, and a heart full of dreams, the river's strange catch forgotten, buried in the well's darkness. Years passed, each one hardening John. The Crusades were no chansons, but a crucible of blood and dust where faith clashed with steel. He fought, bled, and survived, his boyish grin replaced by a soldier's grim resolve. At 25, he returned, his armor scarred, his eyes haunted by sights no ballad could capture. Lambton Hall stood as he'd left it, its stones weathered but proud, yet the valley felt wrong. The air was heavy, the fields too quiet, the villagers' faces gaunt with fear. He rode through the village expecting welcomes, but found only averted gazes. A child pointed to Penshaw Hill, its slopes unnaturally shadowed, and whispered, "The worm." John's blood ran cold at the hall. His father greeted him, older now, his hair gray, his shoulders bowed. "You've come home to a curse, my boy," he said, his voice breaking. "The well you cast that creature into, it's grown. John, a serpent vast and terrible, coiling round the hills, devouring our livestock, our hope." John's heart sank, the old woman's warning no longer a jest. He climbed Penshaw Hill, his sword at his side, and saw it, the lambton worm. A colossal serpent, its scales glinting like iron, its body thick as an oak coiled around the hill's crest. Its head reared eyes like embers locking onto him, and its hiss was a promise of ruin. The river gleamed below, its waters dark as guilt. And John knew the truth. This was his doing, his careless catch grown monstrous. He fell to his knees, the weight of his sin crushing him. "I'll kill it," he vowed, his voice hoarse, "or die trying." But the worm's gaze held no fear, only recognition, as if it had waited for him all these years. The valley trembled, the river's murmur a dirge, and John Lambton, no longer a reckless boy, faced the shadow of his past, its coils tightening around his future. The valley of Lambton lay under a pall of dread, its once lush fields scarred and silent, the air thick with the stench of decay. Penshaw Hill loomed like a wounded giant, its slopes gouged by the coils of the lambton worm, a monstrous serpent that had grown from the eel-like creature John Lambton had cast into a well 7 years ago. The river, where its dark waters glinting in the weak autumn light of 1397, seemed to mock the village's plight, its current whispering of secrets best forgotten. John, now 25, stood at the edge of Lambton Hall's courtyard, his crusader's armor scarred and heavy, his face etched with guilt. The boy who'd laughed at omens was gone, replaced by a man haunted by the beast he'd unleashed. He'd ridden into the village expecting a hero's welcome, but found only fear. The villagers, gaunt and hollow-eyed, huddled in their cottages, their whispers painting a grim tale. The worm, vast as a ship's hull, had emerged from the blackened well 3 years ago, its hunger insatiable. It devoured sheep cattle, even dogs, leaving bones scattered like grim trophies. It coiled around Penshaw Hill by day, its iron-like scales glinting, and slithered to the river, at night poisoning the water with its presence. Children vanished if they strayed too far, and the bravest men who'd tried to fight it, armed with spears and courage, had been crushed in its coils, their screams haunting the valley. John's father, Lord Lambton, met him in the hall's great chamber, its tapestries faded, its hearth cold. The old man's eyes were red-rimmed, his hands trembling as he gripped John's shoulders. "You've returned to a cursed land, my boy," he said, his voice a brittle thread. "The worm is your doing, born from that well. It's taken everything, our wealth, our peace, our hope." John's throat tightened the weight of his father's words. A blade in his gut, he'd faced Saracen blades, seen cities burn. But this was different. This was his sin grown monstrous. "I didn't know," he said, his voice rough. "I was a fool, father. But I'll kill it, I swear it, or I'll die trying." Lord Lambton shook his head, his face ashen. "It's no mere beast, John. Swords break on its scales. Arrows glance off. The village calls it a devil, and I half believe them. The hall's doors creaked open, and a figure entered unbidden. A woman hunched and cloaked her staff, tapping the stone floor. John's blood chilled as he recognized her. The old woman from the riverbank, her eyes still sharp as flints, now gleaming with a knowing that bordered on cruel. The villagers called her a witch, though none dared say it to her face. She fixed her gaze on John, and he felt exposed, as if she saw every sin he'd ever committed. "You've returned, John Lambton," she said, her voice a rasp that echoed in the hall. "Come to face the worm or to run again." John's jaw clenched, his hand resting on his sword's hilt. "I'm no coward," he said. "Tell me how to kill it if you know its secrets." The witch's lips curved, not quite a smile. "The worm is your creation, born of your carelessness. Its strength is tied to the river where it drinks and heals. Fight it there, but not with blade alone." She stepped closer, her eyes boring into his. "Seek the blacksmith of Durham. Have him forge armor studded with spikes, sharp as sin. Let the worm coil, and its own strength will tear it apart." John nodded, his mind racing. Spiked armor, a brutal, cunning plan. And then will it die? The witch's gaze darkened, her voice dropping to a whisper. "It will, but victory comes with a curse. Slay the worm, and you must kill the first living thing you see after, or your line will suffer. 9 generations of doom, death, ruin, despair. Fail this, and the Lambtons will pay for your weakness." John's heart stuttered, the curse's weight settling like a stone. "Kill the first thing I see," he repeated, his voice hollow. "What if it's man, beast, or child?" The witch interrupted, her tone pitiless. "The river demands balance. Your sin birthed the worm. Your blood will seal its end." She turned, her staff tapping as she left, her parting words a chill in the air. "Choose wisely, lad, or all you love will crumble." "Lord." Lambton sank into a chair, his face gray. A curse, he muttered, as if the worm weren't enough. John's hands clenched, his guilt warring with resolve. "I'll face it," he said, his voice steady, despite the fear gnawing at him. "The worm, the curse, all of it. I won't let our name fall to ruin." His father's eyes met his, a flicker of pride amidst the despair. "Then go to Durham. The blacksmith awaits. But John, be sure, this path is darker than any crusade." The journey to Durham was swift, John's horse pounding the muddy paths as the valley's dread clung to him. The blacksmith, a burly man with hands like hammers, listened to John's request, his eyes widening at the mention of the worm. "Spiked armor, eh?" he grunted, wiping soot from his brow. "It'll take 3 days, and it'll weigh like sin itself, but I'll forge it true." 3 days later, John stood in the smithy, the armor before him a grim masterpiece of steel, its surface studded with razor-sharp spikes that gleamed in the forge's light. It was heavy, nearly crushing, but John donned it without complaint, its weight a penance for his past. He tested its fit, the spikes catching the air, and felt a grim satisfaction. The worm would pay for its terror, and he would bear the cost. He returned to Lambton Hall under a sky bruised with storm clouds, the village's fear palpable. The worm had struck again, a shepherd's flock reduced to bones, and Penshaw Hill bore fresh scars from its coils. John met his father in the courtyard, outlining his plan. He would fight the worm in the river where its strength was greatest, but its coils could be turned against it. After it's dead, he said, his voice low, "I'll blow my horn 3 times, only then release the hound to meet me. No one else must come near." Lord Lambton nodded, his face pale. I'll keep the hall sealed, John. But the curse, what if I'll face it? John cut in his resolve iron one sin at a time. At dawn, he rode to the river, the spiked armor clanking the village, watching from shuttered windows. The Wear churned its waters darker than he remembered, and Penshaw Hill loomed the worm's coils glinting like a chain around its crest. John dismounted his boots, sinking into the muddy bank, and drew his sword, its blade honed to a wicked edge. The air was still the valley holding its breath, and then he saw it, the worm, its massive head rising from the hill, its ember-like eyes locking onto him. It knew him, its creator, and its hiss was a promise of vengeance. John waded into the river, the current tugging at his legs, the armor's weight grounding him. "Come, you devil," he called, his voice ringing. "Let's end this." The worm surged, its body uncoiling with terrifying speed, its jaws wide, teeth glinting like daggers. The river boiled as it struck, and John raised his sword, the spikes of his armor gleaming. The battle had begun, and with it the shadow of the curse loomed, its price waiting to be paid. The river Wear roared like a living beast, its dark waters churning under a sky torn by storm clouds. Lightning cracked, illuminating the monstrous form of the Lambton worm as it surged toward John Lambton, its iron-scaled body slicing through the current like a blade. The serpent was a nightmare, made flesh thicker than a war horse, longer than a village street. Its coils rippling with power, its ember-like eyes burning with a malice that seemed to recognize John as both creator and foe. He stood knee-deep in the river, his spiked armor gleaming wetly, its razor-sharp protrusions a grim promise of pain. His sword gripped tightly was a familiar weight, but the witch's warning echoed in his mind. Slay the worm and kill the first living thing you see after, or your line will suffer 9 generations of doom. The curse was a shadow as real as the beast before him, and John's heart pounded with both fear and resolve. The worm struck its jaws, gaping teeth like daggers aimed for his chest. John dove aside the river's current, aiding his movement, and the beast's head crashed into the water, sending a spray that soaked him. He scrambled upright, his armor heavy but steady, and swung his sword, the blade biting into the worm's flank. Black blood oozed, staining the river, but the wound was shallow, the scales tougher than steel. The worm hissed a sound that shook the valley, and its coils lashed, uprooting a tree on the bank with a crack like thunder. John's breath came in gasps, the river's cold seeping through his armor. He remembered the witch's words. "Stay in the river, lad, its current weakens the beast." He waded deeper, the water rising to his thighs, and shouted, "Come on, you devil, face me." The taunt was as much for himself as the worm, a tether to his courage, as the beast reared its eyes blazing. It lunged again, faster this time, its coils whipping through the water. John braced, raising his shield, but the impact was like a battering ram hurling him backward. The spikes on his armor caught the worm's scales, tearing gashes that bled darkly, and the beast recoiled, its hiss a scream of rage. John staggered to his feet, pain flaring in his ribs. But the sight of the worm's wounds fueled him. The spiked armor was working each coil. Each strike turned the creature's strength against it. The battle became a brutal dance, the river their arena. The worm's coils encircled John, seeking to crush him, but the spikes pierced its flesh, forcing it to loosen its grip. He hacked with his sword, aiming for the softer gaps between scales. each blow drawing blood, but no mortal wound. The worm's regenerative power was terrifying. Severed coils twitched, then rejoined the beast's form, knitting itself together as if mocking his efforts. Lightning flashed, revealing its full length, a serpent that could swallow a village whole, and John's heart faltered. How could he kill something that refused to die? The witch's voice echoed unbidden. The river weakens it. He glanced at the current, stronger now as the storm swelled. The where? An idea sparked, desperate but clear. He retreated deeper, the water to his waist, the armor's weight threatening to drag him under. Here he roared, slamming his sword against his shield, the clang echoing. The worm followed its coils, churning the river into foam, its eyes fixed on him with a hatred that felt personal. John lured it into the deepest channel where the current was fiercest, the riverbed treacherous with rocks. The worm's movements slowed its coils, struggling against the water's pull. John seized his chance. Charging forward, his sword aimed for the beast's head. The blade struck, glancing off a scale, but slicing into the softer flesh beneath an eye. The worm thrashed, its scream deafening, and its tail whipped, catching John's leg. He fell the river, swallowing him, the armor pinning him to the bed. Panic surged, his lungs burning, but he clawed upward, breaking the surface with a gasp. The worm was weakening its movements, sluggish, the river's current sapping its strength. John's vision blurred, pain and exhaustion clawing at him. But he saw his opening. The beast's head reared, jaws wide, and he lunged, driving his sword into its maw, the blade piercing deep into its skull. Black blood gushed, the worm's coils convulsing, and the spikes on John's armor tore through its flesh as it thrashed. With a final earth-shaking roar, the beast collapsed, its body sinking into the river, the current carrying its blood downstream. John staggered to the shore, his body screaming, his armor dented and bloodied. The storm broke, rain lashing the valley, and he fell to his knees, gasping. The worm was dead, its terror ended, but the witch's curse loomed a heavier burden than the battle. He fumbled for his horn, its brass cold against his lips, and blew 3 weak blasts, the signal for his father to release the hound. The plan was simple. The dog would greet him and he'd kill it, sparing any human life. The thought twisted his gut, but the curse's price was clear. He waited, the rain washing blood from his armor, his eyes scanning the hill for the hound's familiar form. Minutes passed, the valley silent, save for the river's roar, then a bark sharp, joyful, cutting through the storm. His hound Bran, a shaggy beast with eyes full of trust, bounded down the hill. Tail wagging, oblivious to the danger, John's heart stopped, the horn slipping from his hand. "No," he whispered, his voice breaking. "Not you." Bran reached him, nuzzling his hand, and John's vision blurred with tears. The curse's demand was merciless. Kill the first living thing or doom his family for 9 generations. He drew his dagger, its blade trembling in his grip, and raised it. Bran's trusting gaze piercing him. The witch's warning rang in his ears, but so did his own heart, the part of him that had survived the crusades, that had fought for honor, not slaughter. He couldn't do it. Not Bran, not like this. He sheathed the dagger, his hands shaking, and pulled Bran close, the dog's warmth grounding him. "I'm sorry," he murmured, not to the hound, but to his family, to the future he might have damned. The rain fell harder, the river's current, a relentless dirge, and John rose Bran at his side to face Lambton Hall and the consequences of his choice. The valley was still the worm's body gone swallowed by the were, but the curse's shadow clung to John heavier than his armor. He'd slain the beast, but the true battle against fate, against his own guilt, was just beginning. As he climbed the hill, Bran's bark echoed a sound of life that both comforted and condemned him. The hall's towers loomed, and John steeled himself. Knowing the witch's laughter waited her prophecy already weaving its doom. The dawn broke over Lambton Valley, its pale light filtering through a veil of mist that clung to the riverware. The air was heavy with the scent of wet earth and the faint lingering tang of blood, a reminder of the brutal battle that had ended the Lambton worm's reign. Lambton Hall stood somber against the gray sky, its stone towers weathered but unyielding, a mirror to the man who trudged toward it. John Lambton, his spiked armor dented and streaked with black ichor, walked with a limp, his loyal hound Bran at his heels. His face was gaunt, his eyes hollow with exhaustion and something deeper guilt, fear and the crushing weight of the witch's curse. The worm was dead, its monstrous form swallowed by the river, but the victory felt like a pyre waiting to ignite. The village of Lambton stirred as John passed its people emerging from their cottages, their faces a mix of awe and wariness. They'd heard the battle's roars, seen the river churn with blood, and now they whispered of the young heir who'd slain the beast. "He's done it," an old man muttered, clutching a rosary. "The worm's gone," a child peeked from a doorway. Eyes wide, and a woman crossed herself, murmuring thanks to saints John doubted had heard, but their relief was tempered by the sight of him, bloodied, broken, his gaze distant as if he carried a burden heavier than the armor that weighed him down. At the hall's gates, Lord Lambton waited, his gray hair wild, his cloak flapping in the wind. His eyes red from sleepless worry, lit with relief as he saw John. But the joy faded as he took in his son's state. "John," he said, his voice cracking, rushing forward to clasp his shoulders. "You're alive, the worm dead." John said, his voice rough, barely above a whisper. He unbuckled his helm, letting it fall to the dirt, and leaned on his sword for support. "It's gone, father. The river took it." Lord Lambton's face crumpled, tears spilling as he pulled John into an embrace, heedless of the blood and grime. "My boy," he murmured, "you've saved us." But John's body was rigid, his eyes fixed on Bran, who nuzzled his hand-tail, wagging with unwavering trust. The curse's demand echoed relentless. "Kill the first living thing you see after, or your line will suffer 9 generations of doom." Bran had been the first, bounding down the hill before John could sound the horn's 3rd blast, and John had spared him his dagger untouched. The choice made in a moment of love now loomed like a specter. The hall's great chamber was warm, its hearth blazing, but John felt no comfort as he shed his armor, each piece clanging to the floor like a tolling bell. Servants bustled, bringing water and bandages, their whispers of gratitude. A distant hum. Lord Lambton sat across from him, his relief giving way to concern as John recounted the battle, the river's fury, the worm's relentless coils, the final blow to its skull. But when he spoke of the curse, his voice faltered, and a room seemed to darken. "I was to signal with the horn," John said, his hands clenched, staring into the fire. 3 blasts and you'd release Bran. Only Bran. Why didn't you wait? Father Lord Lambton's face paled, his hands trembling. I heard the battle, John. The roars, the screams. I thought you'd fallen, that the worm had taken you. I couldn't lose you, not after everything. His voice broke and he looked away, shame etching his features. I sent the hound thinking it would find you alive. Or not. I didn't know about the curse. John's throat tightened, anger and love warring within him. He wanted to shout, to curse his father's haste. But the fault was his own. His carelessness had birthed the worm. His defiance had invited the curse. Bran lay by the hearth, oblivious, his soft snores a knife in John's heart. The witch said, I must kill the first living thing I saw. He said, his voice barely audible. It was Bran. I couldn't do it, Father. I couldn't. Lord Lambton's eyes widened, fear replacing grief. Then the curse is on us. John finished, his gaze hollow. 9 generations of doom. Death, ruin, despair. I've saved the village, but I may have damned our name. The chamber fell silent. The fire's crackle, a mocking echo. Lord Lambton rose, pacing, his hands wringing. There must be a way, he said, desperation creeping into his voice. The witch, she spoke of balance. Yes, perhaps another act, another sacrifice. John shook his head, exhaustion sapping his will. She was clear. The river demands blood for blood. I spared Bran, and now we pay. He stood, his body protesting, and moved to the window, staring at the river below. Its waters were clear now, the worm's taint gone, but it felt like a lie. A calm before a storm he couldn't yet see. The doors creaked open, and the witch entered unannounced, her ragged cloak trailing like a shadow. Her staff tapped the floor, each strike a heartbeat, and her eyes gleamed with a pitiless clarity. John turned his hand instinctively, reaching for his sword, but he stopped, knowing steel was useless against her. You, he said, his voice low-laced with both dread and defiance. Come to gloat. The witch's lips curved, not quite a smile. Gloat. No, lad. I come to see if you're as brave as you think. You slew the worm, a feat few could claim, but the curse. Her gaze flicked to Bran, sleeping by the fire. You've chosen love over duty, and now the river's price will be paid. John stepped forward, his fists clenched. Tell me how to break it, he demanded. There's a way, isn't there? Name it and I'll do it. The witch's eyes narrowed, weighing him. The curse is woven tight, boy. Blood called the worm, and blood must answer. You spared the hound, so the river will take its due. Your kin, your name. Piece by piece, for 9 generations. Her voice softened, almost pitying. Unless you offer something greater. But that's a path darker than you know. What path? John pressed, his heart racing. Speak plain, damn you. The witch's staff struck the floor, a sharp crack that silenced him. Mind your tongue, Lambton. The river listens. I'll say no more tonight. Live with your choice and see what comes. She turned, her cloak swirling, and left as swiftly as she'd come. Her laughter a low, chilling echo in the hall. Lord Lambton sank into his chair, his face gray. She toys with us, he muttered, a devil in woman's skin. John didn't answer, his eyes fixed on the river beyond the window. The witch's words were a riddle, but her warning was clear. The curse was alive, its tendrils already reaching. That night, as he lay in his chamber, Bran curled at his feet. Sleep eluded him. The hole was quiet, but the air felt wrong, heavy with an unseen malice. He rose, driven by instinct, and checked on his father, finding him asleep but feverish, his brow slick with sweat. a chill gripped John's heart, the curse's first touch subtle but undeniable. By morning, Lord Lambton's fever worsened, his breath shallow, his skin pale as ash. The village healer shook her head, muttering of ill omens, and John's guilt deepened. He stood by his father's bedside, Bran whining softly, and vowed to find the witch again. The curse was his burden, his sin, and he would not let it claim his family without a fight. The river gleamed outside its surface calm, but John felt its pull, a summons to a reckoning he could not yet name. With his sword at his side and Bran trailing behind, he set out the valley's silence, a prelude to the storm that waited. 9 years had carved their mark on Lambton Hall, its once proud towers now crumbling, its halls echoing with loss. The valley of the River Wear was green again, its fields reclaimed from the worm's terror, but the shadow of the curse clung to the Lambton name like damp rot. John Lambton now, 34, stood by a window in the great chamber, his face gaunt, his brown hair streaked with gray. The reckless youth who'd fished on a Sabbath was a memory, replaced by a man hardened by guilt and grief. His armor hung in a corner, its spikes rusted, a relic of the battle that had slain the worm but birthed a darker fate. Bran, his loyal hound, lay by the hearth, old and grizzled, his eyes still trusting. Despite the years of sorrow, the curse had struck with relentless precision. John's father, Lord Lambton, had succumbed to the fever within weeks of the worm's defeat, his death the first blow. His mother followed a year later, her heart broken by loss. Crops failed, debts mounted, and the village turned cold. Their gratitude for John's heroism soured by whispers of the Lambton curse. 2 younger siblings, a brother and a sister, had been claimed, one by a sudden illness, the other in a riding accident that seemed too cruel to be chance. Now John tended his youngest sister, Eleanor, barely 16. Her frail form wasting away in a bed upstairs, her coughs a grim echo of their father's end. The witch's prophecy, 9 generations of doom, was no idle threat, and John bore its weight alone. He'd tried to fight it. In the years since the worm's death, he'd sought the witch, scouring the valley's edges, questioning travelers, even braving the river's banks where the beast had fallen. But she was a shadow, appearing only when she chose her riddles, offering no solace. He'd prayed, offered alms, consulted priests who muttered of divine wrath. But the curse was older than their faith, tied to the river's dark heart. The villagers shunned him, their doors barred, their children taught to fear the Lambton name. The worm's master, they called him, as if he'd summoned the beast for sport. Tonight, with Eleanor's breathing growing weaker, John could bear it no longer. He donned a cloak, its wool heavy with rain, and took his sword, its blade dulled but familiar. Bran stirred, whining, but John knelt, scratching the hound's ears. "Stay, old friend," he said, his voice rough. "This is my fight." The dog settled, and John slipped into the night, the river's murmur calling him like a summons. The Wear gleamed under a sliver of moon, its waters clear, but cold, a mirror to the guilt that gnawed him. He followed the bank, his boots sinking into mud, until he reached the spot where he'd fought the worm, a bend, where the river widened its current, still scarred by the battle's violence. The air was thick, the silence unnatural, and John's heart quickened. "Show yourself." He called, his voice steady, despite the fear coiling in his gut. "I know you're here, witch. Face me." A ripple broke the river's surface, and she appeared as if woven from the mist, The witch stood on the opposite bank, her ragged cloak fluttering, her eyes gleaming like flints in the moonlight. Her staff struck the ground, a sharp crack that echoed, and her voice was a rasp, both mocking and weary, persistent. "Aren't you John Lambton? You slew the worm yet? Here you stand, chasing shadows. What do you want?" John's hand tightened on his sword, though he knew it was useless. "And the curse," he said, his voice raw. "My family's paid enough. My father, my mother, my siblings. Eleanor's dying, and I won't watch another fall. Tell me how to break it, or I'll drag you to hell myself." The witch's laughter was a dry, bitter thing, like leaves skittering over stone. "Bold words, lad, but hell's not so easily reached. You spared the hound, defied the river's demand. Love made you weak, and now your kin pay. Death ruined despair for 9 generations. Her eyes softened just a fraction, and she stepped closer, the river parting around her. "But you're right. Enough blood's been spilled. There's a way to end it if you've the stomach for it." John's breath caught hope flickering despite his distrust. "Name it," he said. "Whatever it takes." The witch's gaze bored into him, weighing his soul. "The curse was born in the river, tied to your sin. To break it, you must offer something greater than the hound's life, your own freely given in the where the worm fell. Drown your guilt, your pride, your name, and the river will be sated. Your line will live unburdened." John froze, the words a blade in his chest. His life, everything he'd fought for, everything he'd endured, forfeited to the river's hunger. He thought of Eleanor, her frail hand in his, her trust unbroken despite their losses. He thought of Lambton Hall, its stones crumbling but still home, and the generations yet to come free of his mistake. The river's murmur grew louder, a siren call, and he saw his reflection in its surface, gaunt, haunted but not yet broken. "Why me?" he asked, his voice low, almost lost in the wind. "Why not another?" The witch's lips curved, not unkindly. "Because it's your sin, lad. You cast the creature, you spared the hound. The river knows your name, and it waits." She leaned on her staff, her eyes unyielding. "Choose John Lambton. Live with the curse, or end it here." He stood silent, the weight of her words crushing him. The Crusades had taught him to face death, but this was different. Not a battle, not glory, but a quiet surrender for those he loved. He thought of his father's pride, his mother's tears, Eleanor's fading breath. He thought of brands spared for love and the cost that love had wrought. The river gleamed its current, a promise of peace or oblivion, and John's resolve hardened. "I choose," he said, his voice clear, cutting through the night. "For my family, for the Lambtons, I'll pay." The witch nodded a single solemn motion and stepped back, her form fading into the mist. "Then go, lad. The river waits." John sheathed his sword, its weight no longer needed, and waded into the where. The water was cold, biting through his cloak, rising to his knees, then his chest. The current tugged familiar yet merciless, and he felt the valley watching the hills, the hall, the ghosts of his kin. He closed his eyes, picturing Eleanor's smile, the hall rebuilt, the Lambton name cleansed. "Forgive me," he whispered to no one and everyone, and let the river take him. The water surged, a gentle embrace, turning fierce, and John sank, the world fading to black. The where closed over him, its murmur a lullaby, and the curse lifted its tendrils, dissolving like smoke. The valley sighed, the air lighter, the river's heart sated. Lambton Hall stood firm in the years that followed. Its stones repaired, its halls filled with life. Eleanor miraculously recovered, told tales of her brother's sacrifice, her voice steady despite her tears. The village forgave their fear, giving way to reverence, and the Lambton name became a legend. Not of the worm, but of John the man who faced both monster and fate. The river flowed clear, its secrets buried, though some swore that on moonlit nights a figure stood on its banks, watching, his eyes reflecting the water's peace. The witch was never seen again, her purpose fulfilled or forgotten. Bran lived out his days by Eleanor's side. His loyalty, a quiet tribute to the man who'd spared him. And in Lambton Hall, a new generation grew unburdened by doom. Their laughter a song that drowned out the river's ancient dirge. And the screen fades to black with the sound of the river ware's gentle flow, a testament to John Lambton's final selfless act. Story: The Green Lady of Caerphilly. The sun bled crimson across the Welsh horizon, its dying light casting jagged shadows over the rolling hills. Sir Gwyn of Aberth, a knight barely 20 winters old, urged his weary steed onward. His armor, dented from skirmishes with bandits on the road, clinked rhythmically with each hoofbeat. The wind carried a bite sharp and unyielding as it swept through the valleys, tugging at his cloak like an impatient spirit. Before him loomed Caerphilly Castle, its massive stone towers piercing the twilight sky like the teeth of some ancient beast. Its moat glimmered darkly, reflecting the fading day, and the battlements stood silent, save for the occasional caw of a solitary raven. Gwyn's heart thrummed with a mix of exhaustion and anticipation. He was no stranger to tales of glory. Songs of knights slaying dragons or rescuing maidens had fueled his boyhood dreams. But those were stories, and he was no longer a boy. The world he'd learned was harsher than the ballads, yet Caerphilly, with its whispered legends of hauntings and curses, promised something more than mere bandits or border disputes. It promised a challenge worthy of his name. He tightened his grip on the reins, his breath misting in the chill air. One night's rest, he muttered to his horse, a sturdy bay named Ebon. Then we move on. The castle's drawbridge lay lowered, its chains rusted and groaning, as if reluctant to welcome visitors. Gwyn dismounted his boots, sinking slightly into the damp earth. Eben snorted, tossing his head, and Gwyn patted the beast's flank. Easy, old friend, just a pile of stones. But even as he spoke, a prickle of unease crawled up his spine. The air felt heavy, as if the castle itself were watching him, weighing his worth. At the gate stood an old man, hunched and cloaked in a tattered robe. His face was a map of wrinkles, his eyes sunken but sharp, glinting with something Gwyn couldn't quite place. Fear, perhaps, or pity. The gatekeeper clutched a gnarled staff, his knuckles white. Who seeks entry to Caerphilly? His voice was a rasp like dry leaves skittering across stone. Sir Gwyn of Aberth, Gwyn replied, standing tall despite the ache in his limbs. I seek shelter for the night. The gatekeeper's gaze flickered over him, lingering on the sword at his hip and the shield slung across his back. Shelter, aye. But this is no place for rest, lad. Turn back. The road is kinder than these walls. Gwyn frowned, his pride bristling. I've faced worse than old stones and ghost stories. Open the gate. The old man sighed a sound heavy with resignation. Ghost stories, you say? You've heard of the Green Lady, then? peasant talk. Gwyn scoffed, though his pulse quickened. He'd heard the whispers in roadside taverns, tales of a spectral woman in green weeping through Caerphilly's halls, bound by some ancient sorrow. I don't fear shadows. The gatekeeper shook his head, muttering something under his breath that sounded like a prayer. The Green Lady is no mere shadow boy. Her grief is a chain, and her husband's evil lingers like poison. Enter if you must, but mark my words. Those who stay too long don't leave Gwyn's jaw tightened. He was tired, hungry, and in no mood for riddles. Enough, let me pass. With a final pitying glance, the gatekeeper shuffled to the winch. The gate groaned open, revealing a darkened courtyard beyond. Gwyn led Eben inside, the clatter of hooves echoing off the high walls. The air grew colder, the scent of damp stone and decay thick in his nostrils. Behind him, the gate slammed shut with a clang that made Eben startle. Gwyn steadied the horse, his own nerves jangling. Just the wind. He told himself, though, the courtyard was still unnaturally so. He tethered Eben near a crumbling stable, ensuring the horse had water and a handful of oats from his saddlebag. The castle's silence pressed against him, broken only by the distant drip of water somewhere in the shadows. The great hall lay ahead, its arched doorway yawning like a mouth. Gwyn squared his shoulders and strode forward, his hand resting on his sword's hilt. If there were ghosts here, they'd find him no easy prey. The hall was vast, its vaulted ceiling lost in darkness. Torches sputtered in iron sconces, their flames casting flickering shadows that danced across faded tapestries. A long table, scarred and dusty, stretched down the center, its chairs empty as if awaiting guests who'd never come. The air was stale heavy with the weight of centuries. Gwyn's footsteps echoed, each one sounding louder than the last. He paused, scanning the room. Nothing moved yet. He couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Anyone here? He called, his voice swallowed by the vastness. No answer came, but the torches flickered as if stirred by an unseen breath. He shook his head, chiding himself. Fool, it's just a draft. He set his shield against the table and began unbuckling his gauntlets, eager to shed the weight of his armor. As he worked, a faint sound reached him, a whisper soft and mournful, like a woman's sigh. He froze, his fingers still on the straps. The sound came again, clearer now, from the far end of the hall. His heart thudded, but he forced himself to move, drawing his sword with a quiet rasp. Show yourself, he demanded, his voice steady despite the chill creeping up his neck. The shadows seemed to shift, coalescing into a faint green glow near a crumbling fireplace. The glow intensified, taking shape, a woman ethereal and radiant, her gown a cascade of emerald silk that shimmered like moonlight on water. Her hair, dark and flowing, framed a face of heartbreaking beauty, but her eyes were pools of sorrow glistening with unshed tears. She floated slightly above the floor, her form translucent, yet so vivid Gwyn felt he could reach out and touch her. Night, she said, her voice a melody of grief and hope. You tread where darkness dwells. Will you aid me, or join the cursed? Gwyn's breath caught. He'd faced men in battle, seen blood and death, but this was something else. His sword felt useless in his hand, yet he kept it raised, a barrier between him and the unknown. Who are you? He managed, his voice rougher than he intended. I am Eleanor, she said, her gaze piercing him. Bound to these walls by betrayal and love, my husband's evil holds me here a prisoner of time. Will you help me, knight, or turn away as others have Gwyn's mind raced? Every instinct screamed for him to flee to Mount Eben and ride until carefully was a memory. But her eyes held him not with magic, but with a raw human pain that stirred something deep within. He was a knight sworn to protect, to right wrongs. If this spirit spoke true, could he walk away? "I'm no coward," he said, lowering his sword slightly. "But I need answers. What is this curse? What do you ask of me?" Eleanor's form wavered as if her strength were fading. "The truth lies within these walls in the shadows of my past. Seek the library where secrets are kept, but beware his spirit watches and his malice grows with each step you take." His Gwyn pressed, "Your husband." She nodded, a single tear tracing down her cheek, glinting like a star before it vanished. "Cedric. His heart was consumed by darkness long ago. He is no longer man, but a force, a shadow that feeds on fear. You must be strong, knight, or you will fall as I did." Before Gwyn could respond, a low, guttural laugh echoed through the hall, chilling his blood. The torches flared, then dimmed, plunging the room into near darkness. Eleanor's glow flickered, her expression twisting with fear. "He comes," she whispered, and in an instant she was gone. Her light snuffed out like a candle. The laugh grew louder, a sound of pure malice that seemed to seep from the walls themselves. Gwyn spun, his sword raised, searching the shadows. The air grew thick, oppressive, pressing against his chest. "Show yourself," he shouted, his voice cracking the silence. The laughter stopped abruptly, replaced by a hiss low and venomous. "Foolish knight," it rasped, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere. "You meddle in matters beyond your ken, leave, or join her in eternity." Gwyn's heart pounded, but he stood his ground, his blade steady. "I'm not leaving," he said, his voice ringing with defiance. "Not until I know the truth." The hiss became a snarl, and the shadow surged, coalescing into a vague, towering shape with glowing red eyes. It loomed for a moment, then dissolved, leaving only silence and the faint scent of brimstone. The torches flared back to life, their light weak but steady. Gwyn exhaled, realizing he'd been holding his breath. His hands trembled, but he clenched them, forcing calm. He sheathed his sword, his mind a whirlwind. Eleanor's words echoed. "Seek the library, whatever this curse was, whatever Cedric had become. The answers lay deeper within the castle." He glanced at the darkened archways leading from the hall, each one a path into the unknown. His body ached for rest, but sleep was a luxury he couldn't afford. Not now. Gwyn retrieved his shield and slung it over his back, its weight a familiar comfort. He moved toward the nearest archway, his steps deliberate, though his pulse raced. The castle seemed to pulse with life, its walls whispering secrets he couldn't yet decipher. As he passed a cracked mirror, he caught a glimpse of his reflection, pale, determined, but with a flicker of doubt in his eyes. He looked away, focusing on the task ahead. The corridor beyond was narrow, its stone walls damp and etched with faint carvings, symbols he didn't recognize, twisting like vines. The air grew colder, the torches fewer, their light barely piercing the gloom. Somewhere ahead, a faint green glow flickered, then vanished. Eleanor guiding him, or perhaps a trap luring him deeper. Gwyn tightened his grip on his sword, his resolve hardening. He was Sir Gwyn of Aberth, a knight of honor. Ghost or demon, curse or shadow, he would face what came. For Eleanor, for the truth, and for the glory that might yet be his. The corridor stretched on, descending slightly, the darkness closing in. And somewhere deep within Caerphilly's heart, a malevolent presence stirred, watching, waiting. The corridor swallowed Sir Gwyn like a throat, its damp stone walls narrowing as he descended deeper into Caerphilly Castle. Each step echoed a solitary drumbeat in the oppressive silence. The air was thick with the scent of mold and something sharper sulfur, perhaps, or the faint tang of old blood. His torch, plucked from a sconce in the great hall, sputtered weakly, its flame casting jittery shadows that seemed to writhe with a life of their own. Gwyn's hand rested on his sword's hilt, his knuckles white, though he told himself it was the cold, not fear, that tightened his grip. The memory of Eleanor's sorrowful eyes and that sinister laugh lingered, urging him forward, even as his instincts screamed to turn back. The faint green glow he'd glimpsed earlier had vanished, leaving only darkness and doubt. Eleanor had said to seek the library, but the castle felt alive, its corridors twisting like a maze, designed Quock to confound. The carvings on the walls grew more intricate, their swirling patterns resembling eyes that watched his every move. He paused at a fork, the torchlight revealing two paths, one sloping downward into shadow, the other curving left where a faint draft carried the musty scent of parchment. The library, he muttered, choosing the left path. His voice sounded small, swallowed by the stone. As he walked, the weight of the castle pressed against him, not just its physical mass, but its history, its secrets. Eleanor's words echoed in his mind, bound by betrayal and love. Cedric's evil holds me here. Who was Cedric, and what had he done to chain a soul to this place? The gatekeeper's warning resurfaced. Her husband's evil lingers like poison, and Gwyn's jaw clenched. He'd faced men in battle, their blades flashing, their eyes wild with fear or rage. But this was different. This was a foe he couldn't see, couldn't touch yet. Its presence was undeniable, a malevolence that seeped into his bones. The corridor opened into a vast chamber, its ceiling vaulted and shrouded in cobwebs that swayed like spectral veils. Shelves lined the walls, sagging under the weight of ancient tomes, their leather bindings cracked and peeling. Scrolls spilled from alcoves, some crumbling to dust at a glance. A massive oak table dominated the center, its surface scarred and stained, littered with quills and inkwells long dried. Moonlight streamed through a cracked, stained glass window, painting the floor in fractured hues of blue and red. This was the library, a repository of Caerphilly's secrets, and Gwyn felt a surge of purpose. Somewhere here lay the truth. He set the torch in a rusted sconce and began searching, his gauntleted fingers tracing the spines of books, titles in Latin, Welsh, and tongues he didn't recognize. Stared back, their letters faded but heavy with intent. Historia Castrum Caerphilly, de umbris et maleficiis, liber pactum noctis. None spoke directly of Eleanor or Cedric, but their weight suggested knowledge forbidden to most dust motes danced in the moonlight as he worked, the silence broken only by the creak of shelves and his own steady breathing. Then a faint sound, a whisper, not unlike Eleanor's voice, but colder, sharper. Gwyn froze his hand on a tome titled Annales Tenebrae. The whisper came again from behind a shelf, words indistinct but laced with urgency. He drew his sword, its blade glinting in the torchlight. and moved toward the sound. The air grew colder, his breath misting Eleanor. He called softly, hoping against hope. No answer, but the whisper grew louder now. Joined by a low hum that vibrated in his chest, he rounded a shelf and stopped short. A loose stone in the wall, slightly ajar, revealed a hidden niche. The hum emanated from within. Pulsing like a heartbeat, Gwyn's pulse quickened. This was no coincidence. He sheathed his sword and pried the stone free. Wincing as it scraped against its neighbors, inside the niche lay a small leather-bound journal, its cover embossed with a single word, Eleanor. His hands trembled as he opened it, the pages brittle but intact. The script was elegant, penned in a woman's hand, though ink had bled in places as if tears had fallen as she wrote. The first entry began 12th of March, 1348. My heart is both full and broken, Cedric. My love has changed. His smiles are rare, his eyes distant. He speaks of power of secrets hidden in the castle's depths. I fear what he seeks, yet I cannot turn from him. Love is my chain. Gwyn's throat tightened. He read on the entries, painting a tragic tapestry. Eleanor, a noblewoman of grace and courage, had married Cedric, a lord whose ambition outstripped his honor. At first, their love was a beacon, but Cedric's obsession with an ancient relic, a crystal orb said to grant dominion over life, and death consumed him. He delved into forbidden rituals, consulting tomes of dark magic, his soul eroding with each step. Eleanor's pleas went unheard. Her love twisted into a tool for his schemes. The final entry, dated months later, was scrawled in haste. He has done it. The orb pulses with a light unholy, and I am its price. Cedric has bargained with a shadow, a thing that whispers of eternity. My life is forfeit, my soul bound to this place. If any read this, know that love was my undoing and betrayal my cage. Destroy the orb, or carefully will never know peace. Gwyn closed the journal, his mind reeling. Eleanor's curse was no mere haunting. It was a prison forged by Cedric's treachery. The orb, wherever it lay, was the key to her freedom, and Cedric's spirit, that malevolent shadow, guarded it. He tucked the journal into his tunic, its weight a promise to Eleanor, I'll find it. He vowed, his voice steady, despite the chill creeping through him, as if in answer. A soft green glow materialized before him, coalescing into Eleanor's form. She was fainter now, her edges fraying like mist, but her eyes held the same desperate hope. You've found my truth, she said, her voice a fragile thread. The orb lies in the black chamber deep below, but Cedric's spirit guards it, and his power grows with your fear. Gwyn stood, his resolve hardening. Tell me how to reach this chamber, and I'll end this. Eleanor's gaze softened, a flicker of gratitude in her sorrow. Follow the eastern stair beyond the chapel. It descends to the castle's heart. But beware, Cedric's malice warps the mind. Trust your heart, knight, for your eyes may deceive you. He nodded, memorizing her words. And you? Will you guide me? I will try. She said, her form trembling. But his strength binds me tighter with each moment. Hurry, Sir Gwyn, or we are both lost. Before he could reply, the library shook a low rumble that sent dust cascading from the ceiling. Books toppled, their pages fluttering like wounded birds. The torch flickered, and a voice, Cedric's, that same venomous hiss from the hall, slithered through the air. You think to defy me, boy? Your soul will feed my eternity. Gwyn spun, his sword drawn, but the shadows were empty, save for a fleeting glimpse of red eyes glowing like embers in the dark. The air grew heavy, pressing against his chest, and the temperature plummeted, his breath forming clouds. Eleanor's glow dimmed her voice, a faint cry. "He senses you. Go now." The rumble intensified, the shelves groaning, as if the castle itself sought to crush him. Gwen grabbed the torch and sprinted toward the corridor, his heart pounding. The journal pressed against his chest, a reminder of his purpose. He found the eastern stair, a spiral of worn stone descending into blackness, its walls slick with moisture. The air grew colder with each step, the torch's flame shrinking as if starved. Behind him, the library's rumble faded, replaced by a sinister silence that was somehow worse. The stair seemed endless, its curves disorienting. Shadows danced at the edge of his vision, forming shapes, hands reaching faces twisted in agony that vanished when he turned. Eleanor's warning echoed, "Trust your heart, for your eyes may deceive you." He forced himself to focus, picturing her face, her pain, her hope. She was real, her suffering undeniable. He would not fail her. At last, the stair opened into a low-ceilinged chamber, its walls etched with occult symbols that pulsed faintly red like veins beneath skin. A cracked stone altar stood at the center, and atop it a crystal orb, no larger than a man's fist, glowed with a sickly light. It pulsed in time with the symbols, its surface swirling with shadows that seemed to writhe in torment. Gwen's stomach churned. This was the orb, the heart of Cedric's curse. He approached his sword, raised every nerve alert. The air was thick, the silence oppressive, broken only by the orb's faint hum. He reached out his fingers inches from its surface when a laugh cold triumphant erupted around him. The shadows surged, forming a towering figure, its form indistinct but radiating malice. Red eyes burned within a face that was both human and monstrous, its mouth a slash of darkness. "Fool." Cedric's voice boomed, shaking the chamber. "You think to undo my work. The orb is mine, and so is she. Touch it, and your soul joins hers in torment." Gwen's heart raced, but he held his ground, his sword steady. "You're no lord." He spat. "You're a coward who betrayed the one you swore to love. I'll free her, and I'll end you." Cedric's laugh was a blade, sharp and cruel. "Brave words, boy, but courage means nothing here." The figure lunged its form, dissolving into a wave of shadow that slammed into Gwen, hurling him against the wall. Pain exploded in his ribs, his torch clattering to the floor, its flame nearly extinguished. Gwen staggered to his feet, gasping as the shadows coalesced again. Cedric's eyes gleaming. The orb pulsed faster, its light bathing the chamber in blood red. Eleanor's voice, faint and desperate, reached him. "Fight, Gwen. For me." He gripped his sword, her words igniting a fire in his chest. Cedric was a shadow, but shadows could be pierced. He charged his blade, slashing through the specter, which dissolved with a snarl, only to reform behind him. The chamber shook, stones cracking as Cedric's voice roared, "You cannot win." Gwen's eyes locked on the orb. It was the key, the anchor. Ignoring the pain in his side, he lunged his sword, arcing toward the crystal. The blade struck a deafening crack, echoing as a fracture spiderwebbed across its surface. Cedric's scream was a howl of rage and pain, the shadows convulsing. The chamber began to collapse, stones falling, dust choking the air. Gwen stumbled back, the torch's light nearly gone. Eleanor's glow flickered nearby, her voice urgent. The chapel. His heart lies there. Hurry. Gwyn ran the stair, his only escape as the black chamber crumbled behind him. The orb's light dimmed, but Cedric's presence lingered, a promise of vengeance. Gwyn's heart pounded, not with fear but with purpose. Eleanor's freedom was within reach, and he would not falter. The spiral staircase seemed to twist beneath Sir Gwyn's boots, each step a battle against the suffocating darkness that pressed in from all sides. The air was thick heavy with the stench of sulfur and decay, and the faint glow of his dwindling torch did little to pierce the gloom. Stones groaned behind him, the echoes of the collapsing black chamber chasing him upward like a predator. His ribs ached from Cedric's spectral assault, each breath a sharp reminder of the shadow's power. Yet Eleanor's voice, faint but resolute, lingered in his mind. The chapel. His heart lies there. Her words were a beacon pulling him through the pain and fear. Gwyn's heart pounded not just from exertion, but from the weight of what he'd seen. The crystal orb pulsing with unholy light had been the anchor of Cedric's curse, and his sword had cracked it, weakening the specter's hold. But the victory felt hollow. Cedric's scream still rang in his ears, a promise of retribution, and the castle itself seemed to writhe, its walls shifting as if alive. The journal tucked against his chest. Eleanor's words scrawled in tear-stained ink was a constant reminder of his vow. He would free her, no matter the cost. The stair ended abruptly, spilling him into a low, cavernous chamber that reeked of ancient malice. The walls were slick with moisture, etched with occult symbols that pulsed faintly red like the dying embers of a fire. The air was colder here, biting through his armor, and the torch's flame shrank to a mere flicker, casting jagged shadows that seemed to claw at him. At the chamber's heart stood a cracked stone altar, and atop it the crystal orb fractured, but still glowing, its sickly light swirling with tormented shadows. Gwyn's stomach twisted. He'd thought the orb destroyed, but here it was, its power diminished, but not extinguished. He approached his sword drawn, every sense alert. The chamber was silent, save for a low hum emanating from the orb, a sound that vibrated in his bones. The symbols on the walls pulsed in time, their rhythm hypnotic, urging him to falter. Eleanor's warning echoed, "Trust your heart, not your eyes." He tightened his grip on his sword, forcing himself to focus. Cedric was here somewhere watching. As if summoned by the thought, a chill wind swept through the chamber, snuffing out the torch. Darkness swallowed him, broken only by the orb's eerie glow. Gwyn's pulse raced, but he stood his ground, his blade raised. "Show yourself, coward," he called, his voice steady, despite the fear gnawing at him. A laugh answered, low and guttural, seeping from the walls like poison. "Coward." Cedric's voice rasped its tone, dripping with mockery. "You who tremble in my domain dare speak of courage. You are nothing, knight, a fleeting spark in my eternity." The shadows surged, coalescing into a towering figure. Cedric's specter, its form more defined now, a grotesque parody of the man he'd once been. His face was a mask of cruelty, his eyes glowing red and his body wreathed in tendrils of shadow that writhed like serpents. The orb pulsed faster, its light bathing the chamber in blood red, and the symbols flared their glow, searing Gwyn's eyes. "You cracked my anchor," Cedric hissed, his form looming closer. "But you cannot destroy it, nor me. Eleanor is mine, and so will you." Gwyn's heart thudded, but he forced himself to meet those burning eyes. "She's no one's," he spat. "You betrayed her, sacrificed her for power. I'll end this curse, and you with it." Cedric's laugh was a blade, sharp and cold. "Brave words, boy, but let us see your courage now." The chamber warped, the walls bending inward, the floor tilting beneath Gwyn's feet. Illusions assaulted him, born of Cedric's malice. First came a vision of his own death, his body broken on the castle's battlements, ravens tearing at his flesh. The image was so vivid he felt the pain, the cold seep of blood. He staggered, clutching his sword, and whispered Eleanor's name, her face anchoring him. The vision dissolved, replaced by another. Eleanor bound and screaming as Cedric's shadow loomed over her, his hands dripping with dark energy. Her cries pierced Gwyn's soul, each one a plea for salvation. "Trust your heart," he muttered, shutting his eyes against the nightmare. The illusions were lies meant to break him. He focused on Eleanor's glow, her sorrow, her hope. She was real, her pain, his purpose. When he opened his eyes, the visions were gone, but Cedric's specter was closer, its red eyes inches from his own. Pathetic Cedric snarled, "You cling to her, but she is my creation, her suffering my triumph." Gwyn's anger flared, drowning his fear. "You're no creator," he roared, swinging his sword. The blade passed through Cedric's form, dispersing it into shadow, but it reformed, instantly laughing. The specter struck a wave of dark energy, slamming into Gwyn, hurling him against the altar. Pain exploded in his back, his vision swimming, but he clung to consciousness, his hand finding the orb's cold surface. The contact sent a jolt through him, images flooding his mind. Eleanor's final moments, her betrayal, her soul torn from her body as Cedric's ritual consumed her. The pain was hers, but Gwyn felt it raw and unbearable. Yet within it was her strength, her love, her refusal to yield. Her voice whispered, faint but clear, "Strike, Gwyn, for me." He rose, his body screaming, and raised his sword. Cedric lunged, but Gwyn was faster, his blade arcing toward the orb. The steel struck a deafening crack, echoing as the fracture widened. Shards of crystal scattering. Cedric's scream was a howl of agony, the shadows convulsing, the symbols dimming. The chamber shook, stones, falling dust, choking the air. "You've done nothing," Cedric roared, his form flickering. "My heart remains, and she is mine." Gwyn staggered back, the orb's light fading but not gone. Eleanor's glow appeared faint and trembling, her form barely holding together. "The chapel," she gasped. "His heart lies there. Destroy it, and we are free." Before Gwyn could respond, the chamber collapsed, the ceiling crumbling, the walls buckling. He ran the stair, his only escape, as the black chamber became a tomb. The orb's hum faded, but Cedric's presence lingered, a venomous whisper in his mind. "You'll never reach it, Knight." The stair was a blur, his legs burning, his lungs raw. The castle seemed to fight him, its corridors, shifting doors vanishing, but Eleanor's glow flickered ahead, guiding him. He burst into a new chamber, smaller, its walls lined with faded tapestries depicting Caerphilly's past, knights' feasts, and a radiant woman in green, her face unmistakably Eleanor's. The air was warmer here, the malice less oppressive, but Gwyn knew it was a fleeting reprieve. He collapsed against a wall, gasping, the journal still pressed against his chest. The pain in his ribs was a dull throb, his body pushed to its limit, but Eleanor's words drove him on. The chapel was close. He could feel it, a pull in his gut like a thread tying him to her. He rose his sword, heavy but steady, and scanned the chamber. A narrow door, half hidden by a tapestry, beckoned. Beyond it, he heard a faint hymn, ghostly and mournful, like a choir long dead. He pushed through the door, creaking, and found himself in a crumbling hallway, its walls adorned with crosses and faded icons. The hymn grew louder, its notes weaving a spell of sorrow. At the hall's end stood an arched doorway, its frame carved with angels whose faces were worn to blank stares. The chapel lay beyond its air, thick with the scent of old wax and sanctity defiled. Gwyn stepped inside, his torch extinguished, but a faint light emanated from the altar. A blackened, pulsing mass, like a heart carved from obsidian. It beat slow and deliberate, each pulse sending a ripple through the air. This was Cedric's heart, the final anchor of his curse. Gwyn's hand tightened on his sword, his resolve ironclad. He would end this for Eleanor, for the truth, but as he approached, the hymn became a scream, and the shadows surged, Cedric's specter forming once more, larger, more monstrous, its eyes blazing with fury. "You go no further," it roared, the chapel shaking, stained glass windows shattering, their shards raining like tears. Gwyn raised his sword, Eleanor's glow flickering at his side. "For her," he whispered and charged. The chapel trembled as Sir Gwyn faced the pulsating obsidian heart on the altar, its rhythmic throb a mockery of life. The air was thick with the stench of corruption, a miasma that clung to his armor and seeped into his lungs. Cedric's specter loomed before him, no longer a mere shadow, but a towering monstrosity, its form a grotesque amalgamation of man and nightmare. Its red eyes burned with a hatred that transcended centuries, and its body, wreathed in writhing tendrils of darkness, seemed to draw strength from the heart's unholy beat. Shattered stained glass littered the floor, their vibrant hues dulled by dust and time, and the ghostly hymn that had guided Gwyn here had twisted into a discordant wail, as if the castle itself mourned its own defilement. Gwyn's sword felt heavy in his hand, his body battered from the trials of the black chamber. His ribs ached, his breath came in ragged gasps, and the weight of Eleanor's journal against his chest was a constant reminder of the stakes. Her faint green glow flickered at his side, her form so fragile it seemed a single breath could snuff her out. Yet her presence was a fire in his heart, her sorrow and strength urging him forward. The chapel. His heart lies there. Destroy it, and we are free. Her words were his anchor, his purpose in this maelstrom of malice. Cedric's voice boomed, shaking the very stones of the chapel. "You are a fool knight," it snarled, the sound a blade against Gwyn's nerves. "You think to undo my work. This heart is eternal, as am I. Eleanor is mine, and your soul will join her in my dominion." Gwyn's jaw clenched, his fear drowned by a surge of defiance. "You're no lord," he spat, his voice ringing despite the pain. "You're a traitor who sold love for power. I'll end you for her." Cedric's laugh was a thunderclap, the tendrils of his form lashing out, cracking the flagstone's love. "She was a means, nothing more, and you, boy, are but a fleeting nuisance." The specter lunged its claws, raking the air. Gwyn dove aside, the strike shattering a pew into splinters. He rolled to his feet, his sword slashing upward, but the blade passed through Cedric's form, dispersing it into shadow only for it to reform. Laughing, the heart pulsed faster, its light bathing the chapel in a sickly red, and the air grew heavier, pressing against Gwyn's chest like a physical force. He gritted his teeth, his eyes locked on the heart. It was the key, the final chain binding Eleanor. But Cedric guarded it, a sentinel of darkness whose power seemed boundless. Eleanor's glow flared her voice, a desperate cry. Gwyn, hold fast. His heart is his weakness. Her form wavered, her strength fading, but her words ignited a spark in him. He charged, dodging another swipe of Cedric's claws, and aimed for the heart. The specter roared, a wave of dark energy slamming into him, hurling him against the altar. Pain exploded in his shoulder, his vision swimming. But he clung to his sword, his will unbroken. As he struggled to rise, the chapel dissolved, the world twisting into a dreamlike haze. The stone walls melted away, replaced by a vibrant courtyard bathed in sunlight. Music filled the air, lutes and laughter, the clink of goblets. Gwyn blinked, disoriented, his sword still in hand but useless in this vision. Before him stood Eleanor, not a ghost, but a living woman, radiant in a green gown that shimmered like spring leaves. Her smile was warm, her eyes bright with love, as she danced with a man, Cedric younger, handsome but with a glint of ambition in his gaze that chilled Gwyn's blood. The scene shifted, the music. Souring, Eleanor and Cedric stood alone in a secluded chamber, its walls lined with occult runes. A crystal orb pulsed on a pedestal, its light identical to the one Gwyn had cracked. Eleanor's voice trembled as she confronted him. "You'd sell my soul for power, Cedric. What have you become?" Cedric's smile was cold, his hand brushing her cheek with a mockery of tenderness. "Your love was but a means to an end, my dear. This orb will make me a god." Eleanor recoiled, her eyes wide with betrayal. "You swore to protect me, and I will." Cedric said, his voice smooth as poison, "in eternity bound to me." The vision darkened the chamber, now lit by torches that cast flickering shadows. Cedric stood before the orb, chanting in a tongue that made Gwyn's skin crawl. A shadow loomed behind him, a formless entity with eyes like voids. Eleanor burst in, her scream piercing, "Stop this madness." But it was too late. The entity surged, its darkness enveloping her, tearing her life away as Cedric watched, unyielding. Her soul, a radiant green light, was chained to the orb, her body crumpling to the floor. Gwyn felt her pain, a raw, visceral agony that tore at his heart. He was a witness, powerless in this memory, but her suffering was his own. Tears stung his eyes as the vision faded, the chapel reasserting itself. He lay against the altar, Cedric's specter looming, but the memory had changed him. Eleanor's love, her courage, her betrayal. They were real, and they fueled his resolve. He rose, his body screaming, and faced Cedric. "You destroyed her," he said, his voice low but steady. "But she's stronger than you, and so am I." Cedric's eyes narrowed, the heart pulsing wildly. "You are nothing." The specter struck its claws, aimed for Gwyn's chest, but Eleanor's glow surged, her light enveloping him. The strike faltered, Cedric recoiling as if burned. Her voice, faint but fierce, rang out. "Now, Gwyn, the heart." Gwyn seized the moment, his sword arcing toward the obsidian heart. Cedric roared, a desperate lunge to stop him, but Gwyn's blade struck true, piercing the heart's surface. A deafening scream erupted, not just Cedric's, but the castle's, as cracks spread across the heart, dark energy leaking like blood. The chapel shook, stones falling, the air alive with a tempest of shadow and light. Cedric's form convulsed, his eyes wide with panic. "No, you cannot," but his voice was weaker. His form fraying, Gwyn twisted the blade, driving it deeper, and the heart shattered, its fragments dissolving into ash. A shockwave blasted through the chapel, hurling Gwyn back, his sword clattering away. The shadows collapsed, Cedric's scream fading into silence. Gwyn lay amidst the rubble, his body numb, his ears ringing. The chapel was still, the air lighter, the malice gone. Eleanor's glow appeared stronger now, her form almost solid. Her smile was radiant, her eyes free of sorrow for the first time. "You've done it," she whispered, her voice a melody of gratitude. "The curse is broken." Gwyn pushed himself up, his heart swelling. "You're free." She nodded, a tear glinting on her cheek, not of pain, but of joy. "Thanks to you, brave knight, my soul is my own." But as she spoke, the chapel shifted, its walls rippling like water. A low growl echoed, not Cedric's, but something deeper, older. Eleanor's smile faltered. "The castle, it holds one final secret, a guardian bound to the curse's end." Gwyn retrieved his sword, his body protesting, but his spirit unyielding. What guardian? Eleanor's glow dimmed her form, fading, the entity Cedric summoned. It lingers, freed by the heart's destruction, but hungry for a new host. You must face it, or Caerphilly will never know peace. The growl grew louder, the air thickening with a new malice. Gwyn's grip tightened on his sword, his eyes scanning the shadows. The chapel's floor cracked, a void opening at its center, and from it rose a formless mass. Its eyes countless and gleaming, its presence, a weight that threatened to crush him. Eleanor's voice was a faint echo. "Your heart, Gwyn. It is your strength." He nodded, stepping forward, his sword raised. The entity surged, and the chapel became a battlefield, not of stone, but of will. For Eleanor, for Caerphilly, for himself, Gwyn would fight. The chapel was a ruin, its sanctity shattered as thoroughly as its stained glass windows. Dust hung thick in the air, swirling in the faint dawn light that pierced the jagged holes in the walls. The obsidian heart lay in ashes on the altar, its malevolent pulse silenced, but the victory felt like a held breath, precarious and fleeting. Sir Gwyn stood at the chapel's center, his sword gripped tightly. Its blade nicked and bloodied from battles with shadows. His armor was dented, his body, a map of bruises and cuts. Yet his eyes burned with an unyielding fire. Eleanor's glow, though faint, hovered beside him. Her presence, a quiet strength amidst the chaos. The castle was still, but the air thrummed with a new primal menace. A presence older than Cedric, hungrier and far less human. From the void at the chapel's heart, where the floor had split like a wound, the entity rose. It was no specter, but a formless horror, a writhing mass of shadow and malice that seemed to drink the light. Countless eyes gleamed within its bulk, each one a pit of despair, and its form shifted now, a towering beast, now a swarm of clawing tendrils, now a mockery of Eleanor's face twisted in agony. Its voice was a chorus of whispers, scraping against Gwyn's mind like nails on stone. "You have freed the chain," it hissed, "but I am the lock. Feed me your soul, knight, or this place will be your tomb." Gwyn's heart pounded, the weight of the entity's gaze threatening to crush him. His ribs ached, his strength waned, but Eleanor's words echoed. Your heart, Gwyn. It is your strength. He glanced at her, her emerald glow a beacon in the darkness, and nodded. For you, he whispered, stepping forward, his sword raised. The entity surged, its tendrils lashing out, and the chapel became a battlefield of will and steel. The first strike was a blur, a tendril whipping toward Gwyn's chest. He parried his sword, slicing through the shadow, but it reformed instantly, laughing a sound like breaking glass. The entity's eyes multiplied their stare, boring into him, conjuring visions of failure. His village burned, his family dead, Eleanor's glow snuffed out. Gwyn staggered, the images searing his mind, but he clung to the memory of her smile, her courage, her trust. Lies, he growled, slashing again, his blade carving a fleeting wound in the entity's mass. Eleanor's voice, faint but clear-cut through the chaos. You are enough, Gwyn. Believe in yourself as I do. Her glow flared weak but defiant, and the entity recoiled, its eyes narrowing. Gwyn seized the moment, charging forward, his sword a streak of silver. The entity roared a sound that shook the chapel and unleashed a torrent of shadow, slamming him against a crumbling pillar. Pain exploded in his back, his vision darkening, but he forced himself to stand his will, a shield against despair. The entity's form shifted now, mimicking Cedric's cruel visage, its voice a venomous taunt. You are no hero, boy, just a fool who meddles in powers beyond you. It lunged its claws, raking the air, but Gwyn dodged his movements, fueled by desperation and purpose. He struck the entity's core where its eyes clustered, and it shrieked a sound of rage and pain. The shadows wavered, but the entity was far from defeated, its mass swelling to fill the chapel. Gwyn's breath came in gasps, his strength fading. The entity's whispers grew louder, clawing at his resolve. Give up, you cannot win. She is lost. But Eleanor's glow pulsed her form, materializing more clearly, her hand reaching out as if to touch him. You are not alone. She said, her voice a melody of hope. My love, my strength, it is yours. Her words were a spark igniting a fire in his chest. Gwyn's eyes locked on the entity, its countless eyes gleaming with hunger. He remembered Eleanor's journal, her love for Cedric, her betrayal, her unyielding spirit. She had endured centuries of torment, yet her heart remained unbroken. If she could fight, so could he. This ends now, he roared, his voice echoing through the chapel. He charged the entity, meeting him with a storm of shadow. Tendrils lashed, claws struck, but Gwyn fought with a ferocity born of love and honor. Each swing of his sword was for Eleanor, each step a defiance of the darkness. The entity's form began to fray, its eyes dimming, but it was relentless, its power a tide that threatened to drown him. A tendril caught his arm, twisting, and pain seared through him, his sword nearly slipping from his grasp. Eleanor's glow surged, enveloping him, her light merging with his blade. It glowed green, radiant, and pure, and the entity screamed, its shadows burning where the light touched. Now Gwyn, she cried, her voice a clarion call. He lunged, driving the glowing blade into the entity's core, where its eyes pulsed like a diseased heart. The impact was cataclysmic, a blast of light and shadow that shook the chapel to its foundations. The entity's scream was a death knell, its form collapsing into a vortex of ash and silence. Gwyn fell to his knees, the sword clattering beside him. The chapel was still, the void gone, the air clean. Dawn's light streamed through the broken walls, bathing the ruins in gold. Eleanor's form stood before him, no longer faint, but radiant, her gown shimmering like a summer forest. Her smile was free of sorrow, her eyes alive with peace. "You did it," she said, her voice soft but strong. "The curse is broken. I am free." Gwyn rose, his body aching, but his heart light. "And the entity gone," she said, her gaze warm. "You faced it with a heart untainted by fear or greed. Caerphilly is cleansed thanks to you." He looked at her, memorizing her face, the beauty of her spirit. "What now? Where will you go?" She stepped closer, her form almost solid, and for a moment he swore he felt the warmth of her presence. "To rest," she said. "To the peace I was denied. But know this, Sir Gwyn of Aberth, your courage has given me more than freedom. It has given me hope." A tear traced down her cheek, glinting like a star, and she reached out her hand, hovering over his heart. "Live well, brave knight. Carry my story and let it be a light in dark places." Her glow began to fade, her form dissolving into motes of light that rose toward the dawn. Gwyn's throat tightened, a mix of joy and loss. "Goodbye, Eleanor," he whispered, and she was gone, her smile lingering in the air like a promise. The chapel was silent, the castle at peace. Gwyn sheathed his sword, its blade no longer glowing but heavy with memory. He walked through the ruins, the dawn painting the stones in hues of hope. Outside the courtyard was bathed in light, the moat sparkling, the ravens silent. Eben snorted as Gwyn approached, the horse's warmth, a grounding comfort. He mounted, his body weary, but his spirit whole, and rode from Caerphilly, the castle's towers fading into the morning mist. In the years that followed, Sir Gwyn of Aberth became a legend, not for slaying dragons, but for freeing a soul. He carried Eleanor's journal, sharing her story in taverns and courts, a tale of love, betrayal, and redemption. Caerphilly Castle stood silent, its halls no longer haunted, though some swore that on moonlit nights a green glow danced in its windows, a guardian of love's enduring power. Gwyn never returned, but he lived as Eleanor had bid, well and with purpose. And in his heart, her smile remained a light that no darkness could extinguish. Story: The Piskie's Revenge. The wind howled across the Cornish moors, a restless spirit that tugged at the gnarled hawthorns and sent ripples through the tall grasses. It was late spring in 1890, and the land around Penwith Farm was alive with the raw, untamed beauty of Cornwall stone walls. Ancient and moss-covered, crisscrossed the fields, like the bones of the earth, marking boundaries older than memory. At the edge of Thomas Kernow's land, where the soil turned rocky and the air carried a faint tang of salt from the distant sea, stood a peculiar circle of stones. 9 in number, weathered and uneven, they formed a ring no wider than a cartwheel. The villagers called it a Piskie ring, a sacred place where the little folk, mischievous supernatural beings of Cornish lore, were said to dance under the moon. Thomas Kernow, a man of 40, with hands calloused from years of toil, had no patience for such tales. His broad shoulders carried the weight of a failing farm, and his gray eyes, sharp as flint, saw only practical concerns. Crops to plant, debts to pay, and a daughter to raise. The Piskie ring to him was nothing more than an obstacle, a patch of useless land that could be better served growing barley. He'd heard the warnings whispered by old women in the village, muttered by fishermen over pints at the Tinner's Arms leave. The Ringby, they said. The Piskies don't take kindly to meddling. But Thomas was a modern man, or so he liked to think, and he dismissed the stories as relics of a superstitious age. Piskies, fairies, knockers in the mines, all nonsense fit for children, not for a farmer fighting to keep his land. That morning, as the sun rose pale and watery over the moors, Thomas hitched his plow to his sturdy mare Bess and set out for the field. His daughter Elowen trailed behind her 9-year-old frame bundled in a patched shawl. Her hair, the color of ripe wheat, danced in the wind, and her wide green eyes darted toward the stone circle with a mix of curiosity and unease. "Papa," she said, her voice small against the gusts. "Granny Trewin says the Piskies live in those stones. She says they'll be cross if you touch 'em." Thomas snorted, adjusting the reins. Granny Trewin's half-mad love. "Those stones are just rocks, and this land's mine to work. We need every inch if we're to make it through winter." He glanced at Elowen, softening for a moment. She was all he had left since his wife Morwenna passed 3 years ago. Taken by a fever that no doctor could cure, Elowen had her mother's spirit, her knack for seeing magic in the mundane. But Thomas was determined to ground her in the real world. "Don't you worry about Piskies," he added. "They're just stories." Elowen frowned but said nothing, kicking a pebble as she followed. The plow cut through the earth with a satisfying crunch, turning over rich, dark soil. Thomas worked methodically, guiding Bess in straight lines until they reached the edge of the Pisky ring. The stones stood defiant, their surfaces etched with faint spirals that might have been carved by ancient hands or by the wind itself. Thomas thought he hesitated, but only for a moment. The farm was bleeding money, and the bank's letters grew sharper with each passing month. He couldn't afford to let superstition dictate his choices. "Stand back, Elowen," he called, unhitching the plow and grabbing a heavy mallet from the cart. The first stone came up easier than he expected, its roots shallow in the rocky soil. He tossed it aside, ignoring the faint chill that crept up his spine. The second stone was stubborn, lodged deep, but Thomas was stronger. He heaved, muscles straining until it gave way with a sound like a muffled groan. Elowen gasped, clutching her shawl. "Papa, stop. It feels wrong. It's just Stone Girl." Thomas grunted, wiping sweat from his brow. Nothing more. One by one the stones fell until the ring was no more, a scattered heap of rubble soon to be plowed under. The field looked larger already, and Thomas allowed himself a grim smile. Progress, he thought. That's what this land needs. The village of St. Buryan buzzed with the news by evening. At the Tinner's Arms, where lamplight spilled onto cobblestones, the locals gathered to gossip Kurnau's gone, and done it said. Jack Pengelly, a fisherman with a face like weathered leather, plowed up the Pisky ring bold as brass. The others shook their heads, their murmurs a mix of awe and dread. Old Meg, the village-wise woman, sat in the corner, her gnarled hands wrapped around a mug of cider, her eyes sharp despite her age, glinted with something like pity. "He'll learn," she said softly. "The little folk don't forgive easy." Thomas, unaware of the talk, spent the evening repairing a fence, his lantern casting long shadows across the farmyard. Elowen sat nearby, reading a tattered book of fairy tales by the light. The air was still unnaturally so, and the usual night sounds, crickets, owls, were absent. Thomas didn't notice at first, too focused on his work, but Elowen did. She glanced toward the field where the pisky ring had been her heart thudding. Something moved in the darkness, a flicker like a firefly, but sharper, colder. She squinted, catching a glimpse of tiny glowing figures darting among the scattered stones. They were no bigger than her hand, their forms blurred, but their eyes burned with a fierce, unearthly light. Elowen opened her mouth to call out, but the figures vanished, leaving only a faint giggle that hung in the air like mist. "Papa," she whispered, tugging his sleeve. "I saw something. Out there." Thomas sighed, setting down his hammer. "It's just the wind, love, or a fox. Go to bed now." He ruffled her hair, but his voice was strained. He'd felt it too. A prickle at the back of his neck, a sense of being watched. Nonsense, he told himself. Just the long day getting to me. That night, as Thomas and Elowen slept in their stone-walled cottage, the farm came alive with unseen mischief. The wind returned sharper now, carrying whispers that weren't quite human. In the barn, tools slipped from their pegs, clattering to the floor. In the dairy, a jug of cream tipped over its contents, seeping into the dirt. And in the field where the pisky ring had stood, the scattered stones seemed to shift as if trying to crawl back to their rightful places. Morning brought chaos. Thomas woke to find his plow missing, its harness cut clean through. The barley he'd planted the previous week was wilting, its leaves curled and gray as if scorched by an invisible flame. The barn was a mess, sacks of grain torn open, their contents strewn across the floor. Elowen, wide-eyed, pointed to the dairy where every churn and bucket had been upended. "It's the piskies, Papa," she said, her voice trembling. "They're angry." Thomas's jaw tightened. "Piskies my foot. This is vandals. Boys from the village playing tricks." He stormed into St. Buryan, his boots pounding the dirt road. At the Tinner's Arms, he demanded answers, his voice loud enough to silence the room. "Who's been at my farm? Speak up or I'll have the constable on you." The locals exchanged glances, but no one confessed. Jack Pengelly leaned forward, his tone low. "No lad did this, Kernow. You know what you've done. The piskies are stirring, and they'll not stop till you make it right." "Make it right," Thomas snapped. "I'll make it right by finding the culprits and giving 'em a thrashing." He turned to old Meg, who watched him from her corner. "And you stop filling my girl's head with your tales. I've enough trouble without your nonsense." Meg's eyes narrowed, but she said nothing, only sipped her cider. As Thomas stormed out, the villagers murmured their words, a mix of pity and fear. "He's a fool," Jack muttered. "A stubborn fool." Back at the farm, Thomas set to work, cleaning the mess, his anger fueling him. He repaired the harness, salvaged what grain he could, and scoured the fields for his plow. But it was gone, as if swallowed by the earth. Elowen hovered nearby, clutching her book of fairy tales. Papa Granny Trowan says, "Piskies take things when they're cross. Maybe if we leave them some cream." "Enough," Thomas roared, his patience snapping. Elowen flinched and he softened, kneeling beside her. "I'm sorry, love. I'm just tired. There's no piskies, only troublemakers. I'll sort it out, I promise." But as the sun set, casting long shadows across the moors, Thomas couldn't shake the unease that gripped him. The air felt heavy, charged with something he couldn't name. He lit a lantern and patrolled the farm, his eyes scanning the darkness. In the distance near the ruined Pisky Ring, he saw it. A flicker of light, sharp and cold, followed by that same eerie giggle. His heart thudded, but he gripped the lantern tighter, refusing to give in to fear. "Who's there?" he bellowed. "Show yourself." The light vanished and the giggle faded into the wind. Thomas stood alone, the lantern trembling in his hand. For the first time, a seed of doubt took root. What if the villagers were right? What if he'd angered something beyond his understanding? In the cottage, Elowen lay awake, her book open to a page about piskies. The words swam before her eyes. Respect the little folk or pay the price. She whispered a prayer not to God, but to the unseen spirits of the moors. "Please," she said softly. "Don't hurt Papa. He didn't mean it." Outside, the wind howled, and the scattered stones of the Pisky Ring seemed to glow faintly, as if alive with a quiet, vengeful magic. The days following Thomas Kernau's destruction of the Pisky Ring grew stranger, as if the farm itself had turned against him. The Cornish spring, usually mild and forgiving, seemed to conspire with an unseen force. Mornings dawned damp and gray, the air thick with a fog that clung to the fields like a shroud. Thomas woke each day to new disasters, each more baffling than the last. His tools, painstakingly gathered after the first night's chaos, vanished again only to reappear in absurd places. His hammer wedged in a tree branch, his scythe balanced precariously on the chimney. The crops, already struggling, took on a sickly pallor, their roots inexplicably tangled with tiny glittering pebbles that crumbled to dust when touched. In the dairy milk soured overnight, filling the air with a rancid stench, and one morning Thomas found his chickens' eggs cracked open, each filled with fine gray sand. "Vandals," he muttered, scrubbing the dairy floor with a ferocity that bordered on desperation. "Clever ones, but I'll catch 'em." Yet even as he spoke, his conviction wavered. No vandal could move so silently, strike so precisely, or evade every trap he set. He'd spent 2 sleepless nights patrolling the farm lantern in hand, but saw nothing, only those fleeting flickers of cold light and the maddening giggle that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. The villagers' warnings echoed in his mind, but he pushed them away, clinging to logic like a lifeline. Elowen, however, saw what her father refused to. Her green eyes, sharp with a child's intuition, caught glimpses of the Piskie's work. One evening as she fed the chickens, she spotted a tiny figure, barely a shadow, no taller than a cornstalk, darting behind the hen house. Its eyes glinted like polished jet, and it left a trail of sparkling dust that vanished in the twilight. "Papa," she called, running to him as he repaired a fence. "I saw one. A Piskie clear as day." Thomas sighed, his patience worn thin. "Elowen, enough. You're letting those stories get to you. Help me with this fence, or go inside." His voice was gruff, but the bags under his eyes betrayed his exhaustion. Elowen bit her lip, retreating to the cottage, her book of fairy tales tucked under her arm. She knew what she'd seen, but convincing her father felt like shouting into the wind. The Piskie's mischief soon spilled beyond the farm, as if their anger demanded a wider audience. Neighbors reported oddities, a fisherman's nets knotted overnight, a baker's loaves turned to stone in the oven. In St. Buryan, whispers grew into accusations, all pointing to Thomas. "He's brought this on us." Jack Pengelly grumbled at the tinner's arms, his pint untouched. Disturbed the little folk, and now we're all paying. The villagers avoided Thomas in the market, their glances a mix of pity and resentment. His farm, once a modest but respected holding, became a pariah, its gates shunned as if cursed. Elowyn felt the weight of their isolation. At school, the other children teased her, chanting Pisky girl, your pa's gone," and made 'em whirl. She hid her tears, but her heart ached for her father, who grew more haggard with each passing day. She tried to help sweeping the barn or fetching water, but the Piskies thwarted her efforts. One morning she found her broom dancing across the yard, twirling as if possessed. She gasped, half delighted, half terrified, and chased it only for it to collapse in a heap when she got close. "Please," she whispered to the air stop hurting us. The breaking point came on the 5th day. Thomas woke to a new outrage. His boots, sturdy leather ones he'd worn for years, were gone. He searched the cottage, the barn, the fields, but found them marching down the path to the ruined Pisky ring. They moved in jerky, deliberate steps, as if pulled by invisible strings, and when Thomas grabbed them, they wriggled free, kicking up dirt before collapsing in a heap. He stood frozen, his breath ragged, staring at the boots as if they'd betrayed him. For the first time, doubt cracked his resolve. "What in God's name?" he muttered, but the words felt hollow. Elowyn, watching from the cottage window, saw her chance. "Papa, it's the Piskies. I know it is. Granny Trewin says they want their home back. Maybe if we talk to old Meg." "Old Meg's a fraud," Thomas snapped, but his voice lacked its usual fire. He rubbed his temples, the weight of the past week pressing down. The farm was crumbling. His daughter was scared, and now his own boots had turned against him. He couldn't deny the pattern, the sheer impossibility of it all. "Fine," he said at last, the word tasting like defeat. "We'll see Meg, but don't expect miracles." Old Meg lived on the edge of St. Buryan in a crooked cottage overgrown with ivy. Her garden was a riot of herbs and wildflowers, and the air hummed with the scent of lavender and something sharper like burnt sage. She greeted them at the door, her eyes sharp as a hawk's, despite her stooped frame. "Took you long enough. Thomas Curnow," she said, ushering them inside. The cottage was cluttered with oddities, dried herbs, polished stones, a shelf of books bound in cracked leather. A fire crackled in the hearth, casting shadows that seemed to dance with a life of their own. Thomas stood awkwardly, his hat in hand. "I'm not here for nonsense, Meg. My farm's in ruins, tools gone, crops dying, eggs filled with sand. The village says it's Piskies, but I say it's vandals. Tell me how to catch 'em." Meg's lips twitched, not quite a smile. "Vandals don't make boots dance." "Boy, you've angered the little folk plain as day, plowed up their ring, their home. They're not like us. They don't forget, and they don't forgive easy." She leaned forward, her voice low. "You've got to make it right. Restore the ring stone by stone and give 'em an offering cream. Honey something pure, and you'd best be humble about it, or they'll take more than your tools." Thomas bristled. "Humble? I've worked that land my whole life. It's mine. Not some fairy's. Yours. Meg's eyes flashed. The land belongs to itself, and the Piskies were here long before your kin. Keep your pride, and you'll lose everything, farm daughter. All. She glanced at Elowen, who clutched her book tightly. This one sees clearer than you. Listen to her, or you're done for. Elowen's cheeks flushed, but she nodded. Papa, I'll help. We can fix the ring. I know where the stones are. Thomas said nothing, his jaw tight. The idea of groveling to invisible creatures was galling, but the memory of his boots marching on their own gnawed at him. I'll think on it, he muttered, turning to leave. But I'm not promising anything. That night, the Piskies struck harder. Thomas woke to a crash in the barn and ran outside. Lantern swinging, the grain sacks salvaged after the first attack were torn open again, their contents swirling in a miniature whirlwind that glowed faintly blue. As he watched, dumbstruck words appeared on the barn wall, scratched into the wood as if by a knife. Give us back our home. The whirlwind collapsed, leaving Thomas in darkness, the lantern snuffed out by an unseen breath. He stumbled back to the cottage, his heart pounding. Elowen was awake, her eyes wide. Papa, what was it? Them, he said hoarsely, the word foreign on his tongue. The Piskies. For the first time he believed it, and the realization was a cold weight in his chest. He sank into a chair, staring at the fire. What have I done, Elowen? She knelt beside him, her small hand on his. We can fix it, Papa. Old Meg told us how. We'll put the stones back and I'll find some honey. They'll listen. I know they will. Thomas looked at her, his stubborn, hopeful girl, and felt a pang of guilt. She shouldn't have to bear this, but her faith was a spark in the dark. All right, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. We'll try. But if this doesn't work, I don't know what's left. As they planned, the Piskies watched from the shadows, their glowing eyes unblinking. The farm was quiet that night, but it was the quiet of a storm gathering strength. Thomas and Elowen had declared war on the little folk, not with traps or anger, but with a tentative step toward amends. Whether the Piskies would accept it or punish them further remained unseen, hidden in the wild, ancient heart of the Cornish moors. The dawn broke over Penwith Farm with a reluctant light, as if the sun itself hesitated to witness Thomas Kernow's faltering resolve. The air was sharp with the scent of damp earth and the faint lingering tang of sour milk, a reminder of the Piskies' relentless campaign. Thomas stood in the yard, his hands shoved deep into his pockets, staring at the field where the Piskie ring had once stood. The scattered stones, half buried in the plowed soil, seemed to mock him, their weathered surfaces catching the light in a way that felt almost alive. He hadn't slept, not after the glowing whirlwind in the barn, not after those words, "Give us back our home," etched into the wood like a curse. For the first time in his life, Thomas felt small, dwarfed by a force he couldn't fight with fists or logic. Elowen emerged from the cottage, her shawl pulled tight against the morning chill. Her face was pale, but determined, her book of fairy tales tucked under her arm like a talisman. "Papa, we should start today." she said, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. "The stones won't move themselves." Thomas nodded, but his heart wasn't in it. The idea of rebuilding the ring, of bowing to creatures he'd spent his life dismissing, churned in his gut like bad ale. Yet the evidence was undeniable. His boots dancing the grain, swirling the eerie giggles that haunted his dreams. And then there was Elowen, her faith unshaken, her eyes bright with a hope he envied. "All right, love," he said at last. "Let's see what we can do." They began at the field's edge where the largest of the 9 stones lay toppled. Thomas gripped it, his muscles straining as he heaved it upright. It was heavier than he remembered, as if the earth itself resisted. Elowen knelt beside him, brushing dirt from the stone's spiraled carvings. "This one's the leader," she said half to herself. "Granny Trewin says the Piskies put the biggest stone first to anchor their circle." Thomas grunted, too focused on the task to argue. They worked in silence, hauling stones back to their original places, guided by Elowen's memory and the faint indentations in the soil. The work was slow, the stones stubborn, and more than once Thomas swore they shifted when he wasn't looking, rolling just out of alignment. By noon, they'd set only 3 stones, and the field looked more like a battlefield than a sacred site. Sweat stung Thomas's eyes and his temper frayed. "This is madness," he muttered, kicking a clod of dirt. "We're chasing shadows." Elowen's face fell, but before she could reply, a sharp crack split the air. Thomas spun to see the 4th stone, one they'd just positioned, topple over, landing with a thud that shook the ground. A giggle high and mocking rippled through the air, and a flicker of cold light darted between the remaining stones. Elowen gasped, pointing. "There, Papa, did you see it?" Thomas's breath caught. For a split second, he saw it too. A tiny figure, no taller than a rabbit, its form blurred like heat rising from a fire. Its eyes sharp and black met his, and a chill ran through him as if those eyes saw straight to his soul. Then it was gone, leaving only the giggle and a scattering of glittering dust. Thomas staggered back, his hands trembling. "God help us." He whispered the words, slipping out before he could stop them. Elowen grabbed his arm, her voice urgent. "They're testing us, Papa. They want to see if we mean it. We can't stop now." Her words were a lifeline, pulling him back from the edge of panic. He nodded, swallowing hard, and together they righted the fallen stone, their hands working faster now, driven by a mix of fear and determination. That evening, as the sun dipped below the moors, Thomas's world tilted further. He was in the cottage washing dirt from his hands when Elowen's scream pierced the quiet. He ran to her room, heart pounding, and found her clutching her mother's wedding ring, a simple silver band, the only keepsake he had of Morwenna. It was her most treasured possession, one he'd promised to pass to Elowen someday. Now it dangled in the air, suspended by nothing, spinning slowly as if held by invisible fingers. A faint giggle filled the room, and a tiny glowing figure appeared on the windowsill, its sharp eyes glinting with malice. It flicked its hand, and the ring shot out the open window, vanishing into the dusk. "No!" Thomas roared, lunging after it, but the figure was gone and the ring with it. He tore through the yard, searching frantically, but the ring was nowhere swallowed by the same unseen force that had taken his tools, his peace, his pride. He sank to his knees, his hands digging into the dirt, a raw ache in his chest. That ring was Morwenna, her laugh, her warmth, her memory. Losing it was like losing her all over again. Elowyn knelt beside him, tears streaming down her face. "I'm sorry, Papa. I tried to grab it." Her voice broke, and Thomas pulled her close, his own eyes burning. "It's not your fault, love," he said, his voice rough. "It's mine. I did this. I brought this curse on us." The admission broke something in him, a dam of stubbornness that had held back the truth. He saw it clearly now. The Piskies weren't vandals or tricks of the mind. They were real powerful and angry, and he'd been a fool to deny it. He stood helping Elowyn to her feet and made a decision. "We're going back to Meg," he said. "Tonight I need to know how to end this." Old Meg was waiting as if she'd known they'd return. Her cottage glowed with candlelight, the air thick with the scent of herbs and wax. She listened as Thomas recounted the week's horrors, his voice low and halting the dancing boots, the whirlwind, the stolen ring. When he finished, she leaned back, her eyes studying him like a judge. "You see now, don't you?" she said. "The little folk aren't stories. They're older than these hills, and they've got no love for prideful men." Thomas nodded, his hands clasped tightly. "Tell me what to do, Meg. I'll do it. Whatever it takes to get that ring back to make this stop." Meg's gaze softened, but her voice was firm. "You've started right moving the stones, but it's not enough. Piskies want respect, not just labor. You need to offer something pure cream honey, a polished stone from the stream, and you need to mean it, Thomas. No half measures. They'll know if your heart's not in it." She glanced at Elowyn, who sat wide-eyed, clutching her book. "Your girl's got the right spirit. Let her guide you. She sees what you've been blind to." Elowyn blushed, but nodded. "I can help, Papa. I know where to find honey, and there's a stream near the moor with smooth stones. We can do it together." Thomas looked at his daughter, her small face lit with purpose, and felt a flicker of hope. "All right," he said. "We'll do it your way, Meg. But what if they don't accept it? What if they take more?" Meg's lips tightened. "Then you'll lose more than a ring. Piskies don't bargain, they demand. Keep at it and don't falter, or they'll break you." Her words hung heavy, a warning and a challenge. Back at the farm, Thomas and Elowyn worked by lantern light, their breath visible in the cold night air. They gathered offerings, a jar of honey from the pantry, a bowl of cream from the last unspoiled batch, a handful of smooth stones Elowyn had collected from the stream. They placed them at the half-rebuilt ring, Elowyn arranging the stones in a careful pattern she'd read about in her book. "They like circles," she whispered. "It's how they dance." Thomas watched her, his heart torn between pride and fear. He wanted to believe this would work, but the Piskies' malice loomed large. As they finished, a gust of wind swept through the field, snuffing out the lantern. The giggle returned sharper now, and the offerings trembled, the honey jar tipping slightly. Thomas tensed, ready to fight, but Elowen grabbed his hand. "Wait," she said. "Let them decide." The wind stilled and the giggle faded. The offerings remained untouched, but the air felt charged as if the Piskies were watching, weighing their sincerity. Thomas and Elowen retreated to the cottage, exhausted but hopeful. Yet as they slept, the Piskies stirred, their glowing eyes glinting in the dark. Thomas had taken a step toward redemption, but the little folk were not so easily appeased. Their next move would test him further, pushing him to the edge of his endurance and his humanity. The night after Thomas and Elowen left their offerings at the half-rebuilt Pisky Ring, Penwith Farm held its breath. The moors were silent, the usual chorus of crickets and nightbirds replaced by an eerie stillness that pressed against the cottage windows. Thomas lay awake, staring at the ceiling, his mind replaying old Meg's warning. "They'll know if your heart's not in it." He wanted to believe he'd done enough moving stones, gathering honey and cream, letting Elowen lead, but doubt gnawed at him. The Piskie's malice was a living thing, unpredictable and cruel, and the loss of Morwenna's ring still burned like a fresh wound. Beside him, Elowen slept fitfully, her book of fairy tales open on the blanket, its pages whispering of respect and retribution. Dawn brought no relief. Thomas stepped outside to find the offerings untouched, the honey jar and cream bowl exactly as they'd left them, the polished stones glinting in the pale light. For a moment he dared to hope perhaps the Piskies had accepted their gesture. But as he crossed the yard, a new disaster struck. The well, the farm's lifeblood, was dry. He lowered the bucket, expecting the familiar splash, but it hit bottom with a dull thud, kicking up dust. He peered down, his heart sinking. The stone walls of the well were coated with a strange, shimmering film like spider silk woven with starlight. A faint giggle echoed from the depths, mocking his disbelief. "Elowen," he called, his voice hoarse. She ran out, her eyes widening as she saw the bucket. "The Piskies," she whispered. "They're not happy yet, Papa. We need to do more." Thomas's hands clenched into fists. "More? I've given them stones, honey cream. What else do they want? My blood." His anger flared, but beneath it was fear, raw and unfamiliar. The farm couldn't survive without water, and the Piskies knew it. They were tightening the noose, and he was running out of time. The day grew worse. As Thomas and Elowen worked to rebuild the remaining stones of the Pisky Ring, the Piskies struck again. Bess, Thomas's prized mare, vanished from the stable. The door was unlatched, the stall empty, and hoofprints led to the field before stopping abruptly, as if the horse had been lifted into the air. Thomas searched frantically, calling her name across the moors. But Bess was gone, swallowed by the same unseen force that had taken his ring. Elowen trailed behind, her small face crumpled with worry. "They're punishing us, Papa. We have to make it right." Thomas rounded on her, his voice sharp. "Make it right. I'm trying, Elowen. I've done everything Meg said, and it's not enough. What more can I give?" His words hung heavy, and Elowen flinched, her eyes filling with tears. He softened, kneeling beside her. "I'm sorry, love. I'm just scared. I don't know how to fight this." Elowen hugged him, her voice muffled. "We'll go to Meg again. She'll know what's missing." Thomas nodded, though his pride stung at the thought of crawling back to the wise woman. He had no choice. The Piskies were dismantling his life piece by piece, and he was powerless to stop them. Old Meg's cottage was as cluttered and fragrant as before, but her welcome was cooler this time. She sat by the fire, her gnarled hands weaving a braid of dried herbs, her eyes sharp as she listened to Thomas's account of the dry well and the missing horse. "You're still holding back," she said when he finished, her voice cutting like a blade. "The Piskies see your heart, Thomas Curnow, and it's not humble. You're doing the work, but you're doing it to save your skin, not to honor them." Thomas bristled. "Honor them. They're thieves. Meg, they took my ring, my horse, my water. Why should I grovel to creatures like that?" Meg's eyes narrowed. "Because they're older than you, older than this village. They don't owe you kindness. They owe you nothing. You broke their home and they'll break you unless you make amends proper." She leaned forward, her voice low. "There's one thing left. You've got to apologize out loud at the ring. Not just to the Piskies, but in front of the village. Show 'em you mean it, or they'll take everything." Thomas's jaw tightened. The idea of standing before the villagers' men, like Jack Pengelly, who'd mocked him, women who'd shunned his farm, was unbearable. He'd be a laughingstock, a man undone by fairy tales. "I can't," he said, his voice barely audible. "They'll think I'm mad." "Then you'll lose more than your pride," Meg said, her tone final. "Go home. Thomas, finish the ring, make your offerings, and say the words. Or don't, and see what the little folk take next." She turned back to her herbs, dismissing him. The walk back to the farm was silent. Thomas's thoughts a tangle of anger and fear. Elowen clutched his hand, sensing his turmoil. "You can do it, Papa," she said softly. "I'll be with you, and Mama would want you to try." Her mention of Morwenna pierced him, conjuring the memory of the stolen ring. He nodded, unable to speak, and resolved to see it through for Elowen, for Morwenna, for the farm. They worked through the night, their lanterns casting long shadows across the field. The remaining stones were heavier, as if the Piskies had imbued them with spite, but Thomas and Elowen pressed on their hands, blistered and raw. By midnight, the ring was complete. 9 stones, uneven but upright, their spirals gleaming faintly under the moon. Elowen arranged new offerings: a fresh bowl of cream, a jar of honey, and a single perfect stone she'd found in the stream, its surface smooth as glass. "Please," she whispered, kneeling at the ring. "We're sorry. We want to make it right." Thomas stood behind her, his heart pounding. The air was thick, charged with an unseen presence, and the giggle, now familiar, now dreaded, hovered at the edge of hearing. He knew what came next, and the weight of it nearly crushed him. "Elowen," he said, his voice rough, "go fetch the lantern. I need to do this alone." She hesitated, then nodded, running to the cottage. Thomas faced the ring, the stones looming like silent judges. He took a breath, his pride warring with his fear, and began to speak. I'm sorry," he said, the words clumsy on his tongue. "I didn't know. I broke your home, and I was wrong. I'll keep this land safe, I swear it. Just give me back what's mine. Please." The air grew heavier, the giggle sharper, and a cold wind swirled through the ring, knocking over the honey jar. Thomas's heart sank. Had he failed again? But then he remembered Meg's words in front of the village. A private apology wasn't enough. The Piskies demanded his humility laid bare for all to see. He returned to the cottage, his resolve hardening. Tomorrow, he told Elowyn, who waited by the fire, "We'll call the village. I'll do it proper." She smiled, a spark of hope in her eyes, and Thomas felt a flicker of it too, though it was tempered by dread. The next day, Thomas sent Elowyn to St. Buryan with a message come to the farm at dusk. The villagers arrived skeptical but curious, their faces a mix of scorn and intrigue. Jack Pengelly stood at the front, arms crossed, his smirk barely hidden. "What's this? Kernow," he called. "Finally lost your wits." Thomas ignored him, leading the crowd to the rebuilt ring. The stones stood proud, their offerings untouched, the air humming with an eerie energy. Elowyn stood beside him, her hand in his, and Thomas took a breath, his voice steady despite the knot in his chest. "I was wrong," he said loud enough for all to hear. "I broke the Pisky ring thinking it was nothing. I angered the little folk and they've punished me. My crops, my well, my horse, my wife's ring. I've rebuilt their home, given offerings, and now I'm asking their forgiveness. I'll protect this land always if they'll have peace with me." The villagers murmured, some scoffing, others nodding their eyes on the ring. The air grew still, the giggle absent, and Thomas weighted his heart in his throat. Had he done enough, or had he bared his soul for nothing? The Piskies watched from the shadows, their glowing eyes unreadable, their verdict hanging in the balance. The night stretched on heavy with possibility as Thomas and Elowyn stood at the edge of redemption or ruin. The silence that followed Thomas Kernow's public apology hung over the Pisky ring like a held breath. The villagers of St. Buryan stood in a loose semicircle, their faces lit by the flickering lanterns they carried, their murmurs fading into the night. The rebuilt ring of 9 stones stood stark against the moonlit field, the offerings of cream honey and polished stones untouched, gleaming faintly as if infused with an otherworldly light. Thomas stood at the center, Elowyn's small hand clasped in his heart pounding so fiercely he thought it might burst. He'd laid bare his pride, his mistakes, before the very people who'd mocked him. And now he waited exposed and vulnerable for the Piskies' judgment. Jack Pengelly shifted his smirk faltering as the air grew heavy, charged with a presence none could name. Old Meg, standing at the edge of the crowd, watched with sharp eyes, her expression unreadable. Elowyn squeezed Thomas's hand, her voice a whisper. "They're listening, Papa. I can feel it." Her faith unshaken despite the weeks of chaos was a lifeline. But Thomas couldn't shake the fear that he'd acted too late, that the little folks' wrath was beyond appeasing. Then it came, a ripple in the air, subtle at first, like the first breath of a storm. The lanterns flickered, their flames dipping low, and a faint giggle softer now, less mocking, drifted from the ring. The villagers gasped, stepping back as a cold wind swirled through the stones, stirring the grass and lifting the glittering dust that had marked the Piskies' presence. The dust coalesced, forming a shimmering spiral that hovered above the ring, its light pulsing like a heartbeat. Thomas's breath caught, and Elowyn's eyes widened, her face alight with wonder. The spiral flared, and in its glow, shapes appeared, tiny blurred figures, no taller than a child's hand, their eyes glinting with an ancient, unyielding intelligence. They moved in a silent dance circling the stones, their forms weaving in and out of the light. The villagers froze, some clutching rosaries, others whispering prayers to older gods. Thomas felt Elowen tremble beside him, not with fear, but with awe, and he tightened his grip, anchoring her as the Piskie's presence filled the night. The dance slowed and the figures paused, their eyes fixed on Thomas. The air grew warmer, the giggle fading into a hum low and resonant like the pulse of the earth itself. Then, with a sound like a sigh, the spiral dissolved and the light settled over the ring, bathing the stones in a soft golden glow. When it faded, the offerings were gone. Cream. Honey stones vanished as if they'd never been. In their place, at the center of the ring, lay a pile of objects gleaming under the moonlight. Thomas stepped forward, his heart in his throat, and knelt. There, among his missing tools, the plow. The scythe was Morwenna's wedding ring, its silver band untouched by time or malice. Beside it lay Bess's bridle polished to a shine, and a single perfect apple, its skin red as a sunset, a gift, or perhaps a taunt from the little folk. And at the pile's edge, small enough to miss but unmistakable, was a carved stone no bigger than a pebble, etched with a spiral that matched the ring's ancient markings. Elowen gasped, picking up the stone with reverent hands. "They've forgiven us, Papa," she whispered, tears in her eyes. "They've given it all back." Thomas lifted the ring, his fingers trembling as he traced its familiar curve. The weight of Morwenna's memory flooded him, not as pain, but as peace, a balm for the wounds of the past weeks. He slipped it into his pocket, vowing never to let it go again, and stood facing the villagers. "It's done," he said, his voice steady. "The Piskies have their home, and we have ours." The crowd was silent, their skepticism shaken. Jack Pengelly cleared his throat, his usual bravado gone. "Well, Kurnow," he said, almost sheepish, "seems you were right to do it. Never thought I'd see the day." Others nodded, some crossing themselves, others staring at the ring with newfound respect. Old Meg stepped forward, her eyes glinting with approval. "You've learned, Thomas Kurnow," she said softly. "Keep your vow, and the little folk will keep the peace." As the villagers dispersed, their lanterns bobbing into the night, Thomas and Elowen stayed by the ring, reluctant to break the moment. The farm felt different now, lighter, as if a shadow had lifted. The air carried the scent of fresh earth and blooming gorse, and the distant call of an owl signaled the return of the moor's natural rhythm. Thomas looked at Elowen, her face radiant under the stars, and felt a pride deeper than any he'd known. "You were right, love," he said. "All along you saw what I couldn't." Elowen smiled, clutching the spiral stone. "Mama helped too. I think she wanted us to be okay." Her words, simple and sure, brought a lump to Thomas's throat, and he hugged her close, the ring a warm weight in his pocket. The next morning the farm was transformed. The barley, wilted and gray for weeks, stood tall and green, its stalks swaying in the breeze. The well flowed again, its water clear and cold, free of the Piskie's shimmering film. In the barn, the grain sacks were whole, their contents untouched, and Bess stood in her stall, nickering softly as Thomas approached. The dairy was pristine, the churns filled with fresh cream, and the chickens clucked contentedly, their eggs whole and perfect. It was as if the Piskies had undone their mischief in a single night, leaving the farm not just restored, but thriving, a testament to their power and their mercy. Thomas shared his story with the village, not as a man defeated, but as one humbled, his voice steady as he spoke at the tinner's arms. To his surprise, the villagers listened, their mockery replaced by respect. Some, like Jack Pengilly, even offered to help with the harvest, a gesture that would have been unthinkable. Weeks before, old Meg watched from her corner, a faint smile on her lips, and Thomas nodded to her, a silent thanks for her guidance. He and Elowin made a pact to honor the piskies tending the ring, as if it were part of the farm itself. They left small offerings, cream a pebble, a sprig of heather on moonlit nights, and Elowin marked the ring's boundary with wildflowers, her way of sealing the truce. The piskies, true to their nature, never fully retreated. A tool might go missing for a day, only to reappear polished and sharp, or a giggle might echo from the moors, playful rather than cruel. These were reminders Thomas knew of the little folks' presence, their claim on the land as eternal as the stones themselves. Years later, when Elowin was grown and Thomas's hair had turned to silver, the farm remained a place of harmony, its fields lush and its hearth warm. The pisky ring stood unchanged, its stones weathered but unyielding, a silent guardian of the pact forged in that desperate spring. Elowin, now a teacher in St. Buryan, told the story to her students, not as a fairy tale, but as truth, passing on the lessons of respect and humility. Thomas, quieter, now wore Morwenna's ring on a chain around his neck, a reminder of the woman he'd loved and the price he'd paid to keep her memory safe. And sometimes on still nights when the moon hung low, Thomas would walk to the ring, Elowin at his side, and listen to the wind. It carried no giggle, no malice, only the soft hum of the moors alive with the magic he'd once denied. The piskies were there, watching, their eyes glinting in the dark, but they were content. Their home restored, their vengeance sated. Penwith Farm was theirs as much as it was his, and in that shared stewardship, Thomas found a peace he'd never thought possible. A peace born of wonder, woven into the wild, ancient heart of Cornwall. Story: The Nixie of the Mill Pond. The village of Haverford clung to the edge of a valley where the earth dipped low, cradling a mill pond that shimmered like a mirror under the sun's gaze. Its waters, fed by a restless stream, were clear enough to see the pebbles at the bottom, yet dark enough to hold secrets. The pond powered the old stone mill, its wheel creaking with every turn, a heartbeat for the village. For generations, Haverford's folk had whispered of the pond's spirit, a Nixie. They called her a creature of water and will, beautiful as moonlight, dangerous as a winter flood. She was said to grant wishes, but always at a price. Most laughed off the tales as superstition, but on stormy nights when the wind howled and the pond churned, even the boldest avoided its banks. Elias Thorne was not one for tales. A miller by trade, he was a man of calloused hands and quiet resolve. His days spent grinding grain and his nights counting coins that never stretched far enough. At 32, his face bore lines of worry deeper than his years warranted. His wife Anna was his anchor, sharp-witted with eyes that sparkled like the pond at noon, and a laugh that could warm a frost-bitten heart. Together, they had welcomed their son Theo just 6 months ago. The boy was a miracle, with a gummy smile and tiny fists that grasped at the world. But miracles Elias had learned came with burdens. The mill was failing, debts piled like stones, and the harvest had been meager. Creditors knocked their patience thinning, and the village's charity could only go so far. That autumn the rains came hard. The stream swelled, and the mill wheel groaned under the strain, threatening to crack. Elias worked through the nights, patching leaks and hauling sodden sacks, but the numbers in his ledger mocked him. Anna, rocking Theo by the hearth, saw the weight in her husband's slumped shoulders. "We'll find a way," she'd say, her voice steady, though her eyes betrayed her fear. Elias wanted to believe her, but hope was a luxury he could no longer afford. On a night when the storm raged fiercest, the wind rattling the shutters and rain lashing the roof, Elias sat alone at the mill. The fire in the small office had dwindled to embers, and the air smelled of damp wood and despair. He stared at the ledger, its ink smudged by his own trembling hands. The figures were merciless. He owed more than the mill could earn in a year. The bank would seize it soon, and with it their home, their livelihood, their future, Theo's future. The thought of his son, swaddled and innocent, tightened Elias's chest until he could scarcely breathe. He pushed back his chair and stumbled outside, the storm swallowing his footsteps. The mill pond roared its surface, a chaos of ripples and foam. Lightning cracked, illuminating the water, and for a moment Elias thought he saw a shadow move beneath the surface. Not a fish, not a branch, but something alive, deliberate. He shook his head, blaming exhaustion, but the village tales crept into his mind. The Nixie, the wish granter, the price taker. He'd scoffed at the stories as a boy, but now, with nothing left to lose, desperation made him reckless. "Show yourself," he shouted into the gale, his voice hoarse. "If you're real, if you're there, I need help." The wind tore his words away, and he felt foolish. A grown man yelling at water. He turned to leave boots sinking in the mud when the air grew still. The rain didn't stop, but it softened, and the pond's surface smoothed unnaturally calm. A chill prickled his skin as a figure rose from the water. She was no mere woman. Her hair flowed like liquid silver, cascading over shoulders that gleamed with a faint pearlescent sheen. Her eyes were wide and luminous, the color of the pond at dusk, and her gown, if it could be called that, seemed woven from the water itself, clinging to her form like a second skin. She stood on the surface, her bare feet barely dimpling the water, and smiled. It was a smile that promised everything and nothing you called Miller. She said, her voice a melody that cut through the storm's din. "What do you seek?" Elias's mouth went dry. He'd expected nothing, or perhaps a trick of the light. But here she was, real and impossible. His mind raced, torn between fear and need. "I need wealth," he stammered. "Enough to save my mill, my family. We're drowning in debt. My son." His voice broke. "My son deserves better." The Nixie tilted her head, her gaze piercing. "Wealth I can give," she said, "but all gifts come with a price. Are you willing to pay?" "What price?" Elias asked, his heart pounding. He thought of the tales. Some said the Nixie took years of life. Others claimed she demanded servitude. Whatever it was, he'd bear it. For Anna, for Theo. "The first thing you see when you return home," she said, her voice soft but unyielding. "Give me that, and I will fill your hands with gold." Elias frowned, picturing his small cottage. The first thing he'd see might be the door, or the hearth, or perhaps Anna's shawl draped over a chair. The hound, old and half-blind, often slept by the threshold. Surely she didn't mean a person Anna would be asleep and Theo in his cradle. It seemed a small price, a trivial one for salvation. His desperation drowned his doubts. "I agree." He said the words heavy on his tongue. The Nixie's smile widened, and she sank beneath the water. For a moment, nothing happened, and Elias wondered if he'd imagined it all. Then the pond rippled and a chest emerged, barnacle-crusted but gleaming with promise. It floated to the bank, and when Elias pried it open, gold coins spilled out, glinting in the storm's fleeting light. His breath caught. It was more than he'd ever dreamed enough to clear his debts, repair the mill, and secure Theo's future. He dragged the chest to the mill, his body trembling with exhaustion and exhilaration. The storm had eased, and the night felt alive with possibility. He locked the chest in the mill's storeroom, promising himself he'd tell Anna in the morning. She'd be wary, but she'd see the gold, feel its weight, and understand they were saved. The path home was a blur, his boots slipping in the mud, his mind racing. He imagined Anna's face when he told her the way her worry would melt into relief. Theo would grow up safe, fed, educated. The cottage came into view, its windows glowing faintly through the drizzle. Elias's heart lifted. He pushed open the door, ready to collapse into the warmth of home. And there in Anna's arms was Theo, the boy's eyes wide and bright, locked onto his father's. He gurgled, a tiny hand reaching out, and Anna looked up, smiling. "You're soaked," she said, her voice soft with concern. "Come warm yourself." Elias froze, the Nixie's words echoing in his skull. "The first thing you see when you return home. Not the door, not the hearth, not the hound snoring by the fire, Theo. His son." The gold in the mill turned to ash in his mind, its shine tainted by the truth. He'd promised his child to a creature of the deep. Elias, Anna's voice sharpened, sensing his distress. "What's wrong?" He sank to his knees, the weight of his mistake crushing him. "I've done something terrible," he whispered, his voice barely audible over the crackle of the fire. Anna's face paled, and she clutched Theo tighter, as if she could shield him from whatever her husband had unleashed. Haltingly, Elias told her everything: the Nixie, the bargain, the chest of gold, and the price. Anna listened, her expression shifting from disbelief to fury to a cold, resolute calm. When he finished, the silence was heavier than the storm had been. Theo, oblivious, cooed in her arms. "You didn't know," Anna said at last, her voice steady but laced with steel. "You thought it was something else. But we'll fix this. We'll find a way." Elias shook his head, tears mixing with the rain on his face. "She's a spirit, Anna. She won't let go of a pact." Anna's eyes blazed. "Then we'll outsmart her. She may be magic, but I'm a mother. And no one, no creature, no spirit takes my son." Elias wanted to believe her, but fear coiled in his gut. The Nixie's eyes haunted him, her smile a promise of inevitability. The gold sat in the mill, a glittering curse, and the pond outside their door felt alive, watching, waiting. Haverford slept unaware of the bargain that might doom them all. And in the quiet of the night, as Anna rocked Theo and Elias stared into the fire, the mill pond whispered its secrets, stirring beneath the surface. The days following Elias's confession were a fragile truce between hope and dread. The chest of gold sat untouched in the mill's storeroom, its gleam a constant reminder of the nixie's bargain. Anna forbade Elias from spending a single coin, her voice sharp with resolve. "It's cursed," she said, her eyes fixed on Theo, who played obliviously on a blanket by the hearth. "We'll find another way to save the mill." Elias nodded, guilt gnawing at him, but the creditors' knocks grew louder, their demands more insistent. The village of Haverford, unaware of the pact, carried on its rhythms. Unbroken children chased geese through the lanes. Farmers bartered in the square, and the mill pond reflected a deceptively serene sky. Anna threw herself into action. By day, she tended to Theo, her hands steady as she changed his linens or sang him lullabies, but her mind churned with plans. By night, while Elias slept fitfully, she pored over old books borrowed from the village wise woman, Mara, searching for lore about nixies. The tales were sparse and contradictory. Some described the spirits as capricious, others as bound by rigid rules. One fragment scrawled in faded ink hinted that a nixie's pact could be broken if the promised gift was withheld through cunning. Anna clung to that sliver of hope, her jaw set with determination. Elias, meanwhile, was a shadow of himself. He worked the mill mechanically, his eyes darting to the pond with every creak of the wheel. He dreamed of the nixie's silver hair and moonlit eyes, her voice weaving through his nightmares. "The first thing you see," he woke gasping, Theo's face flashing in his mind. Anna's strength kept him afloat, but doubt festered. What could they mere mortals do against a creature of magic? The pond, once a source of life for the village, now felt like an enemy lying in wait. 3 years passed, a tense reprieve. Theo grew into a bright, curious boy with his mother's sharp eyes and his father's quiet kindness. The family prospered not from the nixie's gold, but from Anna's ingenuity. She'd bartered with neighboring villages, trading surplus grain for tools to repair the mill, and convinced creditors to extend their terms with promises of future yields. The mill turned a modest profit enough to keep the wolves at bay, but the gold remained locked away, a secret known only to Elias, Anna, and the pond. On a warm summer evening, as fireflies blinked over the mill pond, the nixie returned. Elias was repairing a fence near the water's edge, Theo playing nearby with a stick and a pile of pebbles. Anna was inside, kneading dough for supper. The air was thick with the scent of wildflowers, and the pond lay still, its surface a perfect mirror of the fading sky. Theo's laughter rang out a sound that usually warmed Elias's heart, but tonight it felt fragile, like glass about to shatter. He glanced at the pond and his blood ran cold. The water rippled though no breeze stirred. A figure emerged, slow and deliberate, her silver hair catching the last light of dusk. The nixie stood on the pond's surface, her gown shimmering like liquid starlight. Her eyes locked onto Theo, who froze, clutching his stick. His small face a mix of awe and fear. Elias dropped his hammer, his voice caught in his throat. "The time has come, Miller," the nixie said, her voice a haunting melody that seemed to echo from the water itself. "The boy is mine." "No." Elias lunged forward, placing himself between Theo and the nixie. His heart pounded, but his voice was steady. "You can't have him." The nixie tilted her head, her smile both beautiful and cruel. "You made a pact, mortal. The first thing you saw was the child. I have waited as is my way, but the debt is due." Theo whimpered, edging closer to Elias, who knelt and pulled the boy into his arms. "Papa, who's that?" he whispered, his voice trembling. "Just a lady," Elias murmured, though his eyes never left the Nixie. "Stay close, Theo." He stood shielding his son, his mind racing for a way out. The Nixie's presence was a weight pressing against his chest, her power undeniable. But Anna's words echoed in his mind. "No one takes my son." As if summoned by the thought, Anna appeared at the cottage door, her apron dusted with flour. She took in the scene, Elias's protective stance, Theo's wide eyes, and the Nixie's otherworldly glow. Her face hardened, and she strode forward, wiping her hands on her skirt. "What's this?" she demanded, her voice cutting through the evening's stillness. The Nixie's gaze shifted to Anna, assessing her. "The pact is known to you, woman. Your husband promised the boy. I claim him now." Anna stepped beside Elias, her chin raised. "You'll claim nothing," she said, her tone fierce. "He's our son, not a trinket to be bartered." The Nixie's laugh was like the tinkling of glass. "Bold words, but the pact is binding. Magic does not bend to mortal will." "Then explain it." Anna shot back, her eyes narrowing. "What gives you the right? What rule says a child can be taken for a debt?" The Nixie paused, her smile faltering. Anna's challenge had struck a nerve, and Elias felt a flicker of hope. The lore Anna had studied suggested Nixies were creatures of order, bound by their own laws. If they could find a loophole, a crack in the pact's foundation, they might delay her claim. "I need no right beyond the pact," the Nixie said, but her voice was less certain. "The miller swore, and the debt is mine to collect, then collect it later." Anna said, her mind racing. "Give us time, a month until the next full moon. If your pact is so strong, what harm is a delay?" The Nixie's eyes narrowed, her gaze flicking between Anna, Elias, and Theo. The boy clung to his father's leg, silent but watching. The air hummed with tension, the pond's surface rippling as if reflecting the Nixie's thoughts. Finally she spoke. "One moon," she said. "Until the night of the full moon I will wait. But if the boy is not given, my wrath will flood this valley, and all you love will drown." With that, she sank into the pond, the water closing over her without a splash. The fireflies resumed their dance, and the evening's warmth returned, but the family stood frozen, the Nixie's threat hanging like a storm cloud. Elias scooped Theo into his arms, his hands shaking. Inside, he said hoarsely. Anna nodded, her face a mask of determination, and they hurried to the cottage, barring the door as if wood could keep out a spirit. The village elders were summoned the next morning. Mara, the wise woman, joined them, her weathered face grim as Elias recounted the Nixie's visit. The elders, gray-haired and practical, were skeptical at first, dismissing the tale as a stressed man's fancy. But Mara's sharp gaze silenced their doubts. "The pond has always been strange," she said. "My grandmother spoke of the Nixie. She's real and she's dangerous." The elders urged compliance. "Give her the boy," said old Willem, his voice heavy. "One life for the village. The Nixie could flood us all." Murmurs of agreement followed, and Elias felt their eyes on him, heavy with judgment. Anna's voice cut through the room like a blade. "You'd sacrifice my son to save your fields. Cowards." She stood, her hands clenched. "We'll find another way. No one touches Theo." The elders shifted uncomfortably, but none met her gaze. Mara, however, leaned forward. "There are ways to trick a Nixie," she said softly. They're bound by their words more than we are. Find the right loophole, and you might save him. The meeting ended with no resolution, the elders retreating to their homes, whispering of floods and curses. Elias and Anna returned to the cottage, Theo playing at their feet, unaware of the danger. The full moon was 28 days away, a countdown that pulsed in their veins. That night, as Theo slept, Anna and Elias sat by the fire, their voices low. We can't fight her with strength. Anna said, her eyes glinting with resolve. But we can outsmart her. The pact said, the first thing you saw. We need to twist that make her think she's getting what she wants. Elias frowned, his guilt a heavy weight. How she knows Theo's the one. She saw him. Anna's lips curved, a spark of her old cunning returning. Then we give her something else, a decoy. Something that looks like Theo, feels like him, but isn't. We'll use her own rules against her. Elias stared at her, hope stirring despite his fear. You think that's possible? I know it is, Anna said, her voice fierce. I'll make it possible for Theo. The mill pond lay quiet outside its surface, hiding the Nixie's watchful eyes. The village slept, but Anna's mind burned with plans, her love for her son a fire no water could quench. The full moon loomed, and with it a battle of wits that would decide their fate. The days after the Nixie's visit were a fever of preparation. The mill pond, deceptively calm under the late summer sun, seemed to watch the Thorne family with a predator's patience. Anna, driven by a mother's ferocity, threw herself into her plan to outwit the water spirit. Elias, though haunted by his role in the pact, found purpose in supporting his wife, his hands steadying as he worked by her side. Theo, blissfully unaware of the danger, filled the cottage with laughter, his small voice a reminder of what they fought for. The full moon, now just 10 days away, hung over Haverford like a guillotine. Anna's plan hinged on deception, a decoy to satisfy the Nixie's claim. The pact demanded the first thing Elias saw, which was Theo. But Anna believed the Nixie's magic relied on precision. If they could present something that mimicked Theo perfectly, the spirit might accept it, bound by her own rules to honor the offering. It was a gamble, but Anna's resolve was ironclad. She enlisted Mara, the village wise woman whose knowledge of herbs and charms bordered on the arcane. Mara, with her gnarled hands and piercing eyes, became their ally. Her small cottage, a sanctuary of whispered strategies and flickering candlelight. The decoy would be a doll crafted to resemble Theo in every detail. Anna spent hours studying her son. His soft curls, the curve of his cheeks, the way his eyes crinkled when he smiled. She sketched his features on scraps of parchment, her hands trembling not with fear, but with purpose. Elias, meanwhile, gathered materials: straw for the doll's core cloth from Theo's outgrown clothes, and a lock of the boy's hair snipped carefully while he slept. Mara provided the charm, a blend of river moss, moonstone dust, and whispered incantations that would give the doll a semblance of life. It won't fool her forever, Mara warned, her voice low. But it might buy you time. The cottage became a workshop. Anna sewed late into the night, her needle flashing in the firelight as she stitched the doll's face using dyes to match Theo's skin tone. Elias carved a wooden frame, his miller's hands deft despite the unfamiliar task. Theo, sensing the tension, stayed close, his questions endless. "Why's Mama making a toy?" he asked, peering at the half-formed doll. Anna smiled, brushing his hair. "It's a special gift, love, for someone far away." The lie tasted bitter, but Theo's trust steadied her. Mara's charm was the key. She worked in secret, brewing a potion that smelled of earth and rain. "This will make the doll breathe," she said, pouring the mixture into a small vial. Not truly, but enough to trick the Nixie's senses. Elias watched uneasy. The charm felt like dabbling in the same magic that bound them. But Anna's fierce nod silenced his doubts. "We're not breaking the rules," she said. "We're bending them." The village, meanwhile, grew restless. Word of the Nixie's claim had spread, carried by the elders' whispers. Some neighbors left baskets of bread at the Thorns' door, silent gestures of pity. Others avoided them, fearing the Nixie's wrath. Old Willem the elder, who'd urged surrender, cornered Elias at the mill. "You're gambling with our lives," he growled. "The pond could flood us all." "Elias," his patience frayed, snapped, "would you give up your grandson?" Willem's silence was answer enough. As the full moon neared, Anna's doll took shape. It was uncanny, Theo's face in miniature, with button eyes that seemed to follow the light, and a chest that rose and fell faintly. Thanks to Mara's charm, Anna dressed it in Theo's clothes, tucking the lock of hair beneath a cap. Even Elias, seeing it in the dim light, felt a chill. "It's too real," he muttered. Anna's smile was grim. "Good. It has to be." The night before the full moon, they tested the doll by the pond. Mara stood watch, her staff planted in the earth, as Anna cradled the decoy in her arms. Elias held Theo inside, distracting him with a story, though his eyes kept darting to the window. The pond was still, but the air felt charged, as if the Nixie were listening. Anna sang softly, mimicking her lullabies to Theo, and the doll's chest moved in time. Mara nodded, satisfied. "It'll hold," she said. "But the Nixie's sharp. If she senses the trick, you'll need to act fast." Back in the cottage, Anna and Elias planned their roles. Anna would present the doll, her voice steady to mask her fear. Elias would keep Theo hidden, ready to flee. If the ruse failed, Mara would linger nearby. Her charms a last defense. They barely slept, the weight of tomorrow pressing down. Theo, sensing their unease, curled against Anna, his small hand clutching her sleeve. "Don't be sad, Mama," he whispered. Anna kissed his forehead, her throat tight. "Never, my love." The day of the full moon dawned clear the sky, a cruel mockery of calm. The village was quiet, doors barred, as if the Nixie might claim more than Theo. At dusk, the Thorns walked to the pond, Anna carrying the doll wrapped in a blanket, Elias holding Theo's hand until they reached Mara's cottage, where the boy would stay. Theo clung to his father, confused. "Why can't I come?" Elias knelt, forcing a smile. "Mama and I have a grown-up errand. You'll see us soon." Theo's lip trembled, but Mara's gentle hand led him inside. The pond glowed under the rising moon, its surface a silver mirror. Anna and Elias stood at the bank, the doll cradled in her arms. Her heart pounded, but her face was a mask of resolve. Elias's hand brushed hers, a silent vow. "We're in this together." The air grew heavy, the night sounds fading. The water rippled, and the Nixie emerged. She was radiant, her silver hair catching the moonlight, her eyes sharp and unyielding. Her gown flowed like the pond itself, and her presence seemed to pull the world toward her. "The moon is full," she said, her voice a melody that chilled the blood. Give me the child. Anna stepped forward, the doll hidden in the blanket. This is the child you seek, she said, her voice clear despite the tremor in her chest. She unwrapped the blanket, revealing the doll's face, its chest rising faintly. Take him as the pact demands. The Nixie's eyes narrowed her gaze, piercing the doll. The air crackled and Elias's breath caught. The spirit glided closer, her feet barely touching the water. She reached out her fingers, hovering over the doll's face. He is quiet, she murmured, suspicion lacing her tone. Anna's pulse raced, but she held her ground, rocking the doll gently. He's sleeping, she said. He's yours now. For a moment, the Nixie seemed convinced. Her hand brushed the doll's cheek, and the charm held the doll's warmth, mimicked life. But then her eyes flicked to Anna, and something shifted. There is no soul here, she said, her voice sharp. What trick is this? Elias tensed, ready to run for Theo, but Anna didn't flinch. No trick, she said, her voice steady. This is the child you claimed. The pact is fulfilled. She leaned on the Nixie's rules, hoping her insistence would bind the spirit. The Nixie's gaze bored into her, searching for weakness, and the pond began to churn, small waves lapping at the bank. You dare deceive me! The Nixie hissed, her form shimmering with anger. The moonlight dimmed clouds, gathering unnaturally fast. Anna clutched the doll, her mind racing. The ruse had bought them moments, but the Nixie's patience was fraying. Elias stepped beside her, his voice low. The pact said the first thing I saw. You have it, let us be. The Nixie's laugh was cold like ice cracking. You think mortal cunning can undo my claim? The boy is mine and I will have him. She raised a hand and the pond surged, water spilling over the bank, soaking Anna's skirts. The air grew thick, the night alive with the Nixie's power. Anna's eyes met Elias's, a silent signal. They'd planned for this, a fallback if the doll failed. Mara, hidden in the shadows, began to chant, her voice, a low hum that vibrated through the earth. The Nixie paused, her head tilting, as if sensing the charm. Anna seized the moment. If you won't take this name, your price, she said, her voice bold, another offering another pact. But Theo stays with us. The Nixie's eyes gleamed, intrigued despite her fury. You bargain boldly, woman, she said. Perhaps there is another way, but it will not be easy. The water calmed slightly, the waves receding. Anna's heart lifted, though fear lingered. They'd delayed the Nixie's claim, but the game was far from over. The full moon hung above, a witness to their defiance, and the pond whispered its secrets, waiting for the next move. The air by the mill pond crackled with the Nixie's barely restrained fury, the moonlight fracturing across the churning water. Anna stood resolute, the lifeless doll still cradled in her arms, its straw heart a failed gambit. Elias, his hands clenched, felt the weight of his original sin, the pact that had brought them to this precipice. The Nixie's eyes, glowing like twin moons, bored into them, her silver hair whipping in an unnatural wind. Mara's chant, a faint hum from the shadows, had bought them a moment, but the spirit's patience was a thread stretched to snapping. The village of Haverford slept oblivious to the battle unfolding at its heart, while the full moon bore witness to a family's defiance. You mock me with this husk, the Nixie hissed, her voice a blade of ice that seemed to cut the night itself. She gestured at the doll, and the blanket unraveled, the straw figure collapsing into the mud at Anna's feet. The pond surged a wave, crashing over the bank, soaking Anna and Elias to their knees. "The boy is mine by right. No mortal trickery will steal what is owed." Anna's jaw tightened, but her voice remained steady, honed by years of bartering and battling creditors. "You speak of rights, but your pact was vague," she countered, stepping forward despite the water swirling around her. "You said, the first thing my husband saw. We offered this in good faith. If it's not enough, name another price. But you will not take our son." The Nixie's eyes narrowed, her form shimmering as if she might dissolve into the pond's depths. Anna's boldness intrigued her, a flicker of amusement cutting through her rage. Elias, heart pounding, marveled at his wife's nerve. He'd seen her haggle with merchants and charm skeptics, but facing a spirit was another matter. Yet Anna stood like a lighthouse against a storm, her love for Theo an unyielding flame. The Nixie glided closer, her feet skimming the water, leaving ripples that glowed faintly. "You are clever, woman," she said, her tone softer but no less dangerous. "Few dare challenge me. Fewer still survive it." She paused, her gaze shifting to Elias, who flinched under its weight. The miller's heart is heavy with guilt. Perhaps he would offer himself in the boy's place. Elias's breath caught. The idea had haunted him since the Nixie's first claim. A life for a life, his debt paid in full. He stepped forward, his voice hoarse but firm. "If it saves, Theo, take me. The pact was mine. Let it end with me." Anna's head snapped toward him, her eyes blazing. "No," she said, grabbing his arm. "We're not trading one loss for another." Her voice trembled, not with fear, but with the ferocity of a mother protecting her own. Theo was their world, but Elias was her anchor, and she would not let the Nixie claim either. The Nixie's laugh was a cascade of notes, both beautiful and cruel. "A noble gesture, Miller, but one soul does not equal another. The boy is young, his life a river yet to flow. Yours is worn." Her words stung, but Elias held her gaze, refusing to crumble. "Then what do you want?" Anna demanded, her patience fraying. "You're bound by your own rules. If the doll doesn't satisfy, offer us a way out. Or are you afraid we'll best you?" Her taunt was a risk, but Anna sensed the Nixie's pride was a lever they could pull. Mara's lore had been clear. Nixies, for all their power, were creatures of ego tethered to the bargains they wove. The Nixie's form stilled the pond, calming as if holding its breath. Her eyes gleamed with a dangerous spark. "Very well," she said, her voice low and deliberate. "I will grant you a challenge, a contest of wits. 3 riddles posed by me to you and 1 by you to me. Answer mine correctly and the boy remains yours. Fail and I take both him and the miller. If my riddle goes unsolved, the pact is broken forever." Elias's stomach twisted. Riddles were a treacherous game, their simplicity a mask for deadly stakes. But Anna's face lit with a fierce determination, her mind already turning. "We accept," she said before Elias could protest. When at dawn the Nixie replied, her smile sharp by the pond's edge under the first light. "Prepare, mortals, for my riddles are born of the deep." With that she sank into the water, the pond swallowing her without a ripple. The moonlight returned, the night sounds resuming as if nothing had happened. But the air felt heavier, charged with the promise of a reckoning. Anna and Elias stood in silence, the doll's remains sodden at their feet, Mara emerged from the shadows, her face grim. "You've bought time," she said, her voice rough with fatigue. "But riddles are her domain. She'll weave them to trap you. Then we'll weave better," Anna said, her eyes burning. She took Elias's hand, pulling him toward Mara's cottage, where Theo waited. The boy was asleep, curled under a blanket, his small chest rising and falling. Anna knelt beside him, brushing a curl from his forehead. Her resolve hardening, Elias watched guilt and love warring in his chest. He'd brought this curse upon them, but Anna's strength gave him hope. They returned to the cottage, Mara joining them. The night was short, but sleep was a luxury they couldn't afford. By the fire they pored over every scrap of knowledge they had. Mara recited old tales of nixies, their riddles often tied to water time or the heart's desires. Anna, her mind sharp, despite exhaustion, scribbled notes crafting riddles of her own. "It needs to be personal," she said, tapping her quill. "Something about us, about Theo. She won't expect that Elias, less adept with words, focused on the practical. He sharpened his memory of the nixie's demeanor, her pride, her pauses, the way her eyes lingered on Theo. She wants him because he's young," he said, his voice low. "His potential, his life. Our riddle should use that against her." Mara nodded, her fingers tracing a charm on her staff. "Make it human," she advised nixies. "Understand magic, but mortal love confounds them. That's your edge." As the hours ticked by, they crafted a single riddle, one Anna believed could stump the nixie. It was rooted in the bond between parent and child, a truth the spirit for all her power might not grasp. The nixie's riddles they knew would be treacherous, likely drawing on her dominion over water and time. Anna practiced answers, her voice steady as she tested herself against Mara's mock questions. Elias listened, marveling at her clarity, though fear gnawed at him. If they failed, he'd lose everything. The village stirred as dawn approached, unaware of the drama at the pond. The elders, cowed by the nixie's threat, stayed behind locked doors, praying for deliverance. Anna and Elias left Theo with Mara, who promised to guard him with every charm she knew. The boy, waking, briefly hugged Anna tightly. "Come back soon, Mama," he said, his voice sleepy. Anna's smile hid her fear. "Always, my love." At the pond's edge, the sky blushed with the first light, the water a mirror of pinks and golds. Anna and Elias stood shoulder to shoulder, their breath visible in the cool air. The pond rippled, and the nixie rose her presence. A sudden weight. Her gown shimmered like dawn on water, and her eyes held a predator's focus. "Are you ready, mortals?" she asked, her voice a song that promised peril. "We are," Anna said, her chin high. Elias nodded, his hand brushing hers, a silent vow to face whatever came. The nixie raised a hand, and the water stilled the world, holding its breath. "Then let the contest begin," she said, her smile sharp as a blade. The first riddle rolled from her lips, ancient and cunning, a puzzle of rivers and secrets that tested the limits of mortal wit. Anna listened, her mind racing, while Elias steeled himself for the battle ahead. The dawn light grew, and the pond waded its depths, hiding the nixie's true intent as the fate of their family hung on the edge of words. The dawnlight spilled over the mill pond, painting its surface with streaks of gold and rose. But the beauty was a cruel contrast to the tension gripping the air. Anna and Elias stood at the water's edge, facing the nixie, whose luminous form seemed to draw the morning's glow into herself. Her silver hair floated as if underwater, and her eyes, sharp and unyielding, held the weight of centuries. The riddle contest had begun a battle of wits that would decide Theo's fate and perhaps their own. The village of Haverford remained silent. Its people huddled behind closed doors, unaware of the struggle that could save or doom them all. The pond, a mirror of the sky, seemed to listen, its depths pulsing with the Nixie's power. The Nixie's first riddle came like a wave, deceptively simple, yet layered with traps. I am born where the earth weeps. I carve the stone, yet have no hands. I am eternal, but can vanish in a breath. What am I? Her voice wove through the air, each word a thread tightening around Anna and Elias. Anna's mind raced her hours of preparation, with Mara flashing through her thoughts. The Nixie's riddles would be tied to her domain water time, the elements. She closed her eyes briefly, picturing the pond, the stream that fed it, the valley's contours. A river, she said, her voice steady. It begins at a spring where the earth weeps, carves canyons without hands, flows eternally, yet can dry up in drought. The Nixie's lips twitched a flicker of surprise or irritation. Correct, she said, her tone cool. Elias exhaled his hand, brushing Anna's in silent relief, but the contest was far from over. The second riddle followed, darker and more intricate. I am the mirror of the sky, the cradle of life, yet I drown those who linger too long. I am everywhere, but cannot be held. What am I? The Nixie's eyes gleamed, daring them to falter. Elias felt a pang of doubt, but Anna's focus was unwavering. She'd anticipated this water, the Nixie's essence cloaked in metaphor. Water, she answered, her voice clear. It reflects the sky, nurtures life, but floods can kill, and it slips through your fingers when you try to grasp it. The Nixie's smile tightened her fingers, curling as if restraining her power. Correct again, she said, her voice edged with grudging respect. The pond rippled, a subtle sign of her agitation, and Elias's hope grew. Anna was holding her own, but the third riddle loomed, and the Nixie's pride would make it her deadliest. She glided closer, her presence a chill that raised goosebumps on Elias's skin. Final riddle, she said, her voice low, almost a whisper. I am the thief of breath, the weaver of dreams, the one who waits where light and shadow meet. Mortals fear me, yet seek me. What am I? Silence fell heavy as the dawn. Anna's brow furrowed, her mind sifting through possibilities. This riddle was different, less tied to water, more abstract. Elias watched her, his heart pounding, wishing he could share the burden. The Nixie's words echoed in his mind. Thief of breath, weaver of dreams. He thought of Theo, of the nights he'd watched the boy sleep, his small chest rising and falling. Dreams, fear. The answer teased at the edge of his thoughts, but Anna spoke first. Sleep, she said, her voice firm but laced with caution. It steals your breath in rest, weaves dreams, lies between light and shadow at dawn or dusk. Mortals fear losing themselves to it, yet crave its embrace. The Nixie's eyes narrowed, searching Anna's face for doubt. The pond stilled the air, thick with anticipation. Elias held his breath, his hands clenched. If Anna was wrong, the Nixie would claim both him and Theo. Seconds stretched, each one a lifetime, until the Nixie spoke. You are correct, she said, her voice tight with reluctance. A ripple of relief washed through Elias. But Anna's expression remained guarded. They'd survived the Nixie's riddles, but their own remained the key to breaking the pact. Your turn, mortals, the Nixie said, her smile returning sharp and confident. Pose your riddle. If I cannot answer, the pact is void. But if I do, the boy and the miller are mine. Her gaze flicked to Elias, a reminder of the stakes. Anna stepped forward, her chin high. She'd crafted their riddle with Mara and Elias, weaving it from the heart of their family. A truth she believed the Nixie, for all her magic, could not grasp. She spoke, her voice clear and resonant, carrying over the pond. I am not bought nor sold, nor bound by gold. I am stronger than stone, yet soft as a whisper. I am the shield of the small, the fire of the brave, and the chain that no blade can break. What am I? The Nixie's smile faltered, her eyes narrowing as she considered the words. The pond churned faintly, reflecting her unease. Anna's riddle was rooted in human love, specifically the bond between parent and child, a force alien to a creature of water and will. The Nixie paced across the pond's surface, her gown trailing like liquid moonlight, muttering to herself. Not gold, not stone, she murmured, her voice a melody of frustration. Elias watched, his heart in his throat. The riddle was their weapon, forged from Anna's love for Theo, Elias's guilt, and their shared resolve. He thought of the nights Anna had sung to Theo, the way she'd fought for him, the way his own mistake had bound them closer. The Nixie, for all her power, lived alone in her pond, her desires tied to bargains, not bonds. Could she understand a mother's love? Minutes passed, the dawn brightening the village, stirring in the distance. The Nixie's pacing slowed, her fingers twitching as if grasping for an answer. Is it courage? She ventured, her voice uncertain. It strengthens shields, yet can be gentle. Anna shook her head, her voice calm but unyielding. No. Try again. The Nixie's eyes flashed, her form flickering like a flame. Hope. Then she said more forcefully. It burns, it protects. It cannot be broken. Again, Anna shook her head. Wrong. The Nixie's composure cracked, her voice rising to a hiss. Name it, mortal. What is your answer? The pond surged, waves lapping at the bank, but Anna stood firm, Elias by her side. Love, Anna said, her voice soft but piercing, a parent's love for their child. It's not bought or sold, stronger than stone, gentle as a whisper. It shields the small fuels, courage, and binds us in ways no blade or magic can break. The Nixie froze, her eyes wide, as if the word were a spell she couldn't counter. The pond fell silent, the waves stilled, and the dawn light seemed to brighten, casting the Nixie's form in sharp relief. She opened her mouth, then closed it, her pride warring with the truth. She had no answer, for love was a riddle beyond her realm. You have won, she said at last, her voice a whisper, brittle with defeat. She raised a hand, and a single pearl rose from the pond, glowing softly. It floated to Anna, who caught it, its warmth surprising in her palm, a token, the Nixie said, of peace. The pact is broken. The boy is yours. With that she sank into the pond, the water closing over her like a curtain. The air lightened, the morning sounds returning, birds chirping, the mill wheel creaking in the distance. Anna and Elias stood stunned, the pearl heavy in her hand. They turned to each other, tears welling, and embraced, the weight of their victory sinking in. They ran to Mara's cottage, where Theo waited, his small face lighting up as they burst through the door. Anna scooped him into her arms, Elias wrapping them both in a fierce hug. Mara, her eyes crinkled with pride, nodded. "You did it," she said. "The pond is quiet now." The village awoke to a new day, the elders emerging to hear the tale. Old Willem Chastened offered a gruff apology, and the community rallied around the Thorns, their fear replaced by awe. The mill pond, once a place of dread, became a symbol of their triumph. Children played by its banks again, and the mill turned with renewed vigor, its wheels singing of survival. Anna kept the pearl on a cord around her neck, a reminder of the Nixies' defeat. Elias, his guilt-eased, worked the mill with a lighter heart, Theo often at his side, learning the trade. Anna's cunning became legend in Haverford, whispered with respect, and the pond, its waters calm and clear, held no more secrets. Its spirit humbled by the unbreakable bond of a family's love.